hit subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father, I have black sons. Hey man, I do what I do. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. This is Dennis Spurling. I'd like to thank you all for being here today. Big shout out to Boris Barracuda. Make sure you hit the #1 button as you come in. This broadcast should probably be, let me first acknowledge the fact that I want to thank everybody who has been here with me for all these years. If you can hear me clearly, go ahead and hit the #1 button. Let's make sure we do that. Shout out to everybody on the rebroadcast. Thank you all so much. I appreciate everybody who's been here. Now, that being the case, I think this particular broadcast is going to be interesting for a lot of folks because, let me just say it like this. I try to make heads or tails of current events, and one of the most interesting current events that's going on right now is that we've learned nearly 1,000. Somebody say the sound has a buzz in it. The sound has a buzz in it. Let me see if I can fix that buzz. If the sound has a buzz in it, let me know. Is the sound still buzzing? Adjust your sound is good, but got a buzz. Man, this dog, I'm trying to tell you, man. Let me see. I don't know really how to, let me see this. You guys, I'm going to try something. Let me know if this. Can you guys hear me still? All right, 1 second. What about now? Can you hear me now? Mic check. No sound, no cap from me. You all can't hear me. All right. Okay, somebody said now it's good. Can you guys hear me clearly? Can you guys hear me clearly? Somebody said the sound is better. Yes, I've just begun to use my microphone from my computer. Does it sound better? Can you hear me clearly? Matter of fact, let me see. I want to make sure we got the sound together so that we're all on the same page. Give me 1 second. Let's see it here. I will listen for myself. And if it's acceptable, we will move forward. If not, I will try to make some adjustments. But I want to go ahead and get this broadcast underway because I think it's going to be a good one. Okay? Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, it's definitely trying to. All right. Let me see here. All right. Yeah, I can hear that buzz myself. Mic check. Let me see. All right. Yeah, I can hear that buzz myself. Mic check. Let me see. All right. Y'all hang with me for a minute. I'll see if I can get this situated. In the meantime, you guys enjoy I hate to do this to you. I'll be right back. A trend has emerged. The liberals have lost the presidential race. And rather than examining the shortcomings of Kamala Harris's campaign, of the media is directing blame towards black men. Black men somehow bear responsibility for this outcome, as if our choices at the ballot box were an act of betrayal.
Quit breaking my heart. Hey.
Big bass.
Ooh, quit breaking my heart. Oh.
You just hate black women. You can't say you don't now.
They'll start killing you young one by one by one. They gonna start killing y'all.
When the police got your ass in the mother chokehold, don't you come calling black women. Don't you come calling us to come march for your ass.
Cause y'all just fucking hate women. That's all it is. Of course they wouldn't go vote for no black lady. When you a black woman surrounded by black men, what? So that's a good candidate for you? Someone who just hates everybody?
Bad guy, blame me, never faded. How you be the most loved and the most hated? Every other race you respect overrated. The greatest of all time first got created. Yeah, bad guy, blame me, never faded. How we be the most loved and the most hated. Every other race you respect overrated. Greatest of all time first got created. Ooh. You can scrub me, or even thug me. Baby, even at my worst, they still love me. How he locked up, she loyal to a known G. To leave your husband, he ain't giving you strong D. Gotta tighten up, put me on your defense. A lot of debauchery popping in the deep end. See, your corners ain't shutting down, hit the bench. A lot of suckers sipping on the Kool-Aid, you a simp. Bring it back home to the streets. Like father, like son, Lil Meech, Big Meech. Like Bronny and his dad, footsteps trying to follow. We ain't gonna let you make a nigga endorsing Kamala. Black men celebrate, pop a few bottles. Middle fingers up, rest in peace, now follow. Most loved, most hated, most hated. We passing out fades, anybody wanna fade it. Be careful what you wish for, all my lovely ladies. Cause every baby terminated, God gon' make you haters. Most loved, most hated, most hated. Passing out fades, anybody wanna fade it. Careful what you wish for, all my lovely ladies. Cause every baby terminated, God gon' make you haters on. That guy, blame me, never faded. How we be the most loved and the most hated. Every other race you respect overrated. Greatest of all, the first got created. Bad guy, blame me, never faded. How you be the most loved and the most hated. Every other race you respect overrated. Greatest of all time first got created. Black men, they told us they ain't even want us. No matter what is going on, put the blame on us. Kevin spoke up, then they put the shame on us.
Brother Spurling met his fiance in my mixed group. My wife, I'm gonna put her through law school. She's gonna become an attorney at my practice. That's the kind of shit I'm talking about.
Blizzard King defended him, they put the flames on him. Election time, white women went Trump crazy. Left you standing there talking about deleting babies.
Black women so goddamn stupid that y'all just allow society just to say that she's a black woman.
Not hers, Maria, Jackie Chan. You the only one that went against your man. You the only one that's fighting for every plan. You the only one that left you right where you stand. Power is a mother. Ain't it? Make a woman wanna be a nah, ain't it? That's your uncle, but she used to be your auntie. We don't wanna see you in power, that's how you paint it. Original Big Mama, original Miss Mammy, original Ma Dear.
I'm Donald Trump's new communication director because all the rest of them sorry asses got fired.
Yeah, original Black Granny. What happened to you? You fell for the eye candy. You left your black man, your black family. Took them handouts, them goodies and giveaways. Just look around your hood, see this the price you pay.
In Georgia, it was even worse. One exit poll said that 69% of white women voted for Trump. Even after he took away their reproductive rights and was found liable for sexual assault, the majority of white women voters still chose patriarchy over their own liberation.
It's that simple.
Bad guy, blame me, never faded. How you be the most loved and the most hated. Every other race you respect overrated. The greatest of all time first got created.
That 69% of white women voted for Trump.
Yeah, bad guy, blame me, never faded. How we be the most loved and the most hated. Every other race you respect overrated. Greatest of all time first got created.
69% of white women voted for Trump.
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired. Black women, it's time for us to clock out. It's time for us to clock out. I'm telling you.
A few moments later.
Start getting deported, we clocked out. We not riding.
Day. On August 15th, 1947, men and women all over India rejoiced in the declaration of the independence of the country of India. Today, on August 15, 2020, I stand before you as the first candidate for Vice President of the United States of South Asian descent. So I hope you celebrate today, and then tomorrow, I hope you join me in getting to work.
Is this your king? Is this your king?
All right, welcome back to the broadcast. You guys, hopefully I was able to clear that sound up. Otherwise, we're just going to have to go ahead and proceed. You guys hit the number 1 button. How's it sound now? How's it sound? I need to know how the sound is. You guys hit the number 1 button. Let me know how the sound is. If the sound is good, then we shall proceed. If the sound is no good, then Uncle D is about to leave. Hit the number 1 button, man. If you can hear me clearly. Did we get rid of is the sound back together? Let me know, please. Otherwise, well, better yet, you know what? I'm going to proceed. And if you guys can hear me clearly, I'm sure you'll let me know. Hit the number 1 button if it's clear. Again, so welcome back to the broadcast. Again, as I said, so we've learned nearly 1,000 people are stranded on Mount Everest, you know, and it happened all of a sudden after a blizzard. A blizzard struck the mountain on the eastern slope. I guess this is the first time it's ever happened, ever in the history of this million-year-old mountain. Who would have thought a blizzard hit a mountain? But nevertheless, this powerful storm just rolled and ripped through a camp that was 16,000 feet up, and it destroyed the tents. It blocked the road access, and you know nobody could get in, and nobody can get out. And as you can imagine, Mount Everest being the largest mountain in the world, right? You had a lot of folks out there stuck. You know, it's cold. They're out there. They're stuck. Now, the thing you got to understand is that this is not, and of course, look, we should definitely classify this under white people activities. Okay, I'm just saying this is definitely one of those things, because for largely black people don't really, you know, and there are some exceptions, but these sort of activities, you know, you can kind of look at the news headline and say, yeah, it sounds like something that we would not necessarily participate in. But, you know, this is not just an adventure gone wrong. It's something deeper here. And it's a window into the psychology of a certain kind of human being. You've got hundreds of people, 1,000 people, mostly wealthy Western people from Western nations. They fly halfway around the world. Okay, they pay between $30,000 to $100,000. They risk their lives to climb the sacred mountain of in Nepal, okay, that the Himalayan people revere as holy ground. Okay, and I'm not counting the flights and the equipment and the months of training required. Okay. Or the insurance. Okay. In fact, just when you get to the mountain, all right, it takes 2 months, all right, somewhere between 40 to 60 days of their lives just to get to the summit of the mountain. That alone tells you something. These are not working class people. These aren't factory workers and nurses and truck drivers and teachers. These are people with enough money and free time to literally buy danger that was not looking for them, to pay for an experience of risking death on a mountain that doesn't care whether they live or die. So when the news reports that hundreds of them are being frozen or missing, you know, a lot of people don't feel sorry. And these, you see, and I'm not laughing at people, okay? I'm just saying, you know, and I know my people, okay? My people are roasting these folks, okay? And I have lots of video footage, and we're gonna talk about it, but you know, a lot of folks see this as self-inflicted, harm. This is a self-inflicted tragedy. Nobody forced them up there. The mountain didn't call them on the cell phone last Tuesday and said, come on by, man. I got a barbecue going up here at the summit, man. Just come on through, man. Bring some beer. They didn't say that. Nobody forced them up there. Okay? They chose to climb this mountain. They chose to defy the limits of human nature for the thrill of saying they conquered this mountain. Meanwhile, you have the local people of Nepal, the guys, the people called the Sherpas, and the rescue workers. These are regular, hardworking people, right? They got to go up this same damn mountain to get these white folks off this mountain. 1,000 of them, not 15. We're not talking about an airplane crashed on the side of the mountain. This is a rescue mission. 1,000 white folks spent $30,000 to $100,000 to climb a mountain when a blizzard was coming. You see? And so do I feel sorry for these rich white folk that decided it was a good idea to climb the mountain in the blizzard? No, my real empathy is for these poor people from Nepal who got to go get these white folks off the side of this mountain. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Got men and women risking their lives to bring these folks down because they thought it was a good idea to climb the mountain in Nepal. You flew there for that, okay? So, the thing is, though, family, when you strip away the sensational headlines, the story it's not just about a blizzard or a tragedy. It's about privilege. It's about hubris. It's about the illusion of control. It's about the psychology of a class of people who are so disconnected from the struggle that they have to literally manufacture danger just to feel alive. And to them, Mount Everest is not, look, it's a living to the people who live there. This is not a toy. It's not a game. Okay. To them, it's a spiritual entity. But to these Western climbers, it's a thing to overcome. It's a challenge to dominate. It's a frontier claim. And history bears the scars of that mentality. And since the first colonizer decided he was going to go on an expedition, okay, you've been having these folk kicking the bucket, And as far as this particular mountain, they have people who are literally up there. There's literally bodies up there that's been there for decades, frozen on the ice. Matter of fact, some of the bodies are used as markers for the trail. Okay. This is what you need to understand. So, the thing we have to ask ourselves is, what are we really looking at here? This isn't about exploration. It's about domination. It's about Western obsession with conquering nature, measuring it, owning it, and a mindset that, or should I say, a psychological inheritance that goes way back for centuries, if not thousands of years. It's the same impulse that drove colonial conquest, industrial exploration, and the rewriting of history itself. And that's what we're going to dig into today, okay? Because this story isn't just about a mountain and some white folk that decided it was a good idea to climb this damn mountain when the blizzard was coming, okay? It's about a mentality. It's about a worldview. A worldview that sees the world not as sacred, but as something to be subdued. And we're going to connect what happened on Mount Everest to some deeper roots. There's a book out, many years, it's been around. It's called The Iceman Inheritance. The book is called The Iceman Inheritance, and it's written by Michael Bradley. And the venerable Dr. John Henrik Clarke exposed in his critique of Eurocentric psychology the idea that Western civilizations drive to dominate the external world is really a reflection of internal fear, isolation, and the need for control. So look, we're gonna talk about this. I'm gonna let y'all, we're gonna talk about this mountain in a minute. Okay, but first I'm gonna let you all hear what the brothers and sisters think about this whole situation, because I think this is flying under the radar for a lot of people, but it came up on my radar, and this is just something I had to deal with it, because it says a whole lot more than what it is. Now, I want y'all to check this out. Y'all hit the #1 button, and we're gonna go ahead and let this roll.
I didn't think I had to say this, but after recent events of this week, I think this needs to be said. If you are ever invited to climb the highest peak, trek the highest peak, hike the highest peak above seawater on this earth, don't do it.
Don't do it, baby. I'm not gonna do it.
Okay?
I'm gonna say no.
Say
Yeah,
no.
I am. I will. You don't have to tell me. I will. I'm gonna tell you.
Is there a log of how many black people have actually attempted and climbed Mount Everest? I just need to know.
I don't know. She warm in her bed.
I'm curious. That is
There
all.
you.
That is all.
Between 40,000, I'm trying to figure out why would anybody in their right mind spend $40,000 to climb Mount Everest? Excuse me, between $40,000 and $100,000 to climb Mount Everest. Knowing all the people that lost their life, knowing that the chances is slim for you to reach the top of the mountain and then come back down and go home to your family. You telling me 1,000 people thought it was a good idea to take their ass to Mount Everest and try and climb Mount Everest? Mind you, it's during a blizzard. Right now, they're saying around 300 people were rescued. So if only 350 people were rescued, how many more people is left? Mind you, they're saying that one person didn't make it. Knowing it's pure chaos up there. No oxygen, minus temperature degrees, and no visibility.
Now look, the brother is telling you this. They go up there knowing they won't be able to breathe if their little machines break. Okay, they got some little frozen mayo popsicles up there. All the white folk went up there. Can you imagine if this is your first date? Hey, yeah, hey, Tom, yeah, I've never been mountain climbing before, but I'm excited. Oh yeah, of course, Heather. Can't wait to get you up to the mountain. It's my treat. We'll go over in my private jet, and I got my own personal Sherpa. You know what I mean? I've been there a couple times. It's great when you get to the top. And now you up there on the mountain. Oh my God, you didn't say it was going to be this cold. My cell phone's not working. I can't call my babysitter. Yeah. This is your first date. You went up there, side of the mountain. You shouldn't have went. You shouldn't have went with him. Anyway, let's keep listening.
And you still say, I want to climb Mount Everest. I'm not going to sit here and say people deserve to be left.
I ain't saying
that. Why would you do some stupid shit like that? And then I heard somebody ask the question. Out of all of those people that decided to climb Mount Everest, how many people do you think was this color? No. This color. But see, this is the definition of playing with your life. 40 to 100,000.
And on behalf of the light skin committee of black people, we ain't going up that goddamn mountain either. We ain't going up that goddamn mountain. You kidding me? Look, and I can't speak for the people that's got a white parent. Okay, I can't speak for the biracials, but on behalf of the regular red ninjas, okay, and the high yellow ninja, we ain't going either. Okay, that ain't what we do. Y'all need to stop trying to classify all the light-skinned people in the same category. We are not the same. Okay, just so you know, I'm old school red bone, way back. You understand me? So anyway, don't put us in the category like that, brother. Don't put us in there. Biracial people crazy. Go ahead. Go ahead.
To climb this shit. And let's be honest, if you could afford that, you had to sign a waiver knowing what time it was.
Yes.
So you're willing to throw your life away. And you can see why people don't sympathize with the people that went on top of that mountain. You must think Mount Everest cares about you. Newsflash, Mount Everest has been taking people's lives since 1920. There has been over 300 deaths on Mount Everest. Mind you, some of those bodies are still stuck on top of Mount Everest.
They still
frozen, solid.
Look.
I know they did research.
Look.
Go back to 96.
Look, if you walking up the mountain and at some point you start seeing people sickles, right? Little frozen mayo burritos right there. Are you gonna keep going up the mountain? I'm not. I'm be like, oh, this must be where we stop. What happened? Who is that? Is he asleep? Or oh no, we leaving. He's not here anymore. He's no longer. Oh no, you using that as a marker? No. All the passport bros. If you go on the excursion, all right, and you start seeing, you can be anywhere in the world. If you start seeing bodies, okay, yeah, let's just keep going. You see a body up yonder, like 50 feet. You like, and you gonna keep going on that excursion? No, not me. They was trying to get me to go on a little Native American tour down in Mexico. And I said, where we going? He said, we're going to get in a little, my friend, we're going to get in a little van and then we're going to go for 4 hours into the woods. You say 4 hours into the forest, the jungle. You mean where the narcos are? Because I've seen all the narcos on Netflix, okay? And I know it's going to shout out to Fitzgerald. I know what goes on in those jungles. I'm not going in there. I told my old lady, I said, we're going to stay right here at this hotel. We're going to swim in this little swimming pool. Okay, we're going to eat these little catfish nuggets and drink these little colorful drinks and look at the beach water come in. That's what we're going to do. We're not going, oh my God, but I wanted to go see the natives. You know what? We got natives that you can see in Oklahoma, right over there at the damn reservation. You can go all you want, okay, to the casino and see all the Native Americans you want to see. You don't want to go way up to Oklahoma? We can hop on I-10. We can ease on over there to Lake Charles, okay? We can see all the natives you want to see right here without the jungle around, okay? That's what I'm sorry. I'm gonna let the brother speak. Go ahead, bro.
Climbers died in one storm. Go back to 2015. Avalanche from an earthquake killed 24 people. And you still say, I'm gonna climb Mount Everest. I hope everybody gets down safe. But this right here is confirmation that you need to stop playing with shit that you can't control.
You sure do.
Mount Everest will eat your ass alive. Pause. I'm out.
Why are people still being allowed to do this? There's 1,000 fucking people on the top of Mount Everest who are stuck because there's a fucking blizzard. What did you expect?
Shout out to all the white people with common sense. Now, when I hear white people talking like this, I have to look at them carefully. I have to look at them because somewhere in their gene pool, there must be some common sense in there. Somebody's great-grandmother, great-great-great-granddaddy got a little carried away with the common sense. And then they end up popping up. So I'm gonna look at, I can tell my people.
You are going to the highest place on earth where there's snow and there's ice and you're walking over dead bodies and trash. I call it Trash Mountain. Oh, do you want to spend 50 grand and go up Trash Mountain and we can walk over dead bodies? Why can't billionaires think of anything else better to do with their money than to get trapped on Mount Everest and then want everyone to stop what they're doing? I might sound like I have no empathy, but in this case, I fucking don't. You made a decision to climb Mount Everest, one of the coldest places on earth, one of the hardest places to get to. I don't know how they're going to get up here because you need.
Shout out to all the white people with common sense who talk to the other white people and try to talk. Don't do it. Don't do it. I appreciate y'all. Okay, you all have done a great service of calling out the irrational behavior of some of your white counterparts, and I appreciate. We need more of you out there. We need you out there because now the Sherpas, the poor people, the poor Nepal people, they got to go up there and save them white folks. Okay, they got to go up there and say they don't want to mess up their tourism business. They can't have 1,000 white. Some of these people are repeat customers. They need that $30,000, $100,000. Okay, they had the $30,000, $100,000. You got the first class, you got the third class. You see what I'm saying? You got the Spirit Airlines and you got the United first class flight. And they don't want to mess. So that's why they got to go up there and save them. You know, I can imagine the conversations the Sherpas are having with the white. Yeah, I got to go back up to top of the mountain to save the white people. Oh no, John, don't go. Yeah, they gotta go. But anyway, go ahead, baby.
Go in a spaceship practically to come and get us, and everyone needs oxygen. But we've got to rescue Brent from Nantucket, who this is his third trip up there, and he's stuck now. So now we've got to go and get him.
Bound to happen, Brent.
Put everyone else's lives at risk. Okay, fuck you.
Oh no, watch your language, Karen. Watch your language.
It takes 40 days and $50,000 to climb Mount Everest, and people do it every year. I ended up on the Mount Everest side of TikTok this week, and it's been very intriguing. Especially being my age, I remember the tragedy on Mount Everest when those people died when we were little. But in my mind, I'm like, oh, it takes like a day and a half or 2 days to climb a mountain, right? Wrong. It takes the shortest amount of time, probably 3 weeks to climb Mount Everest, and then the longest amount of time, 9 weeks to climb Mount Everest. And these are for very extremely skilled climbers and people that have the ability to do it. It is a very difficult thing to do. To even reach the first base camp, you have to like fly and traverse terrain, and it's thousands of feet in the air. It's really crazy. So in order to do it, you have to go to each of these bases. There are several bases at various points of the mountain. And even between the last base and the peak of the mountain, there's something called the death zone.
The death zone.
The death zone. Look at some footage from Mount Everest, and I don't know why anyone would want to do this.
You got 100. You see that? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Woo. This is entertainment. This is entertainment. This is not entertainment to me. I mean, I just want y'all to conceptualize something. If 1,000 people spent $100,000, okay, $100,000 times 1,000 people equals, that's how much money they spent to climb the side of $100 million. You know how many NBA player families are starving right now in America because you put your $100 million on climbing a mountain instead of lying in their pockets? How many black children could have been fed off that $100,000 if their daddy was an NBA player? You know these dudes got a lot of kids. $100 million. Even at the minimum, if you had $30,000 a piece, that's still $30 million. Anywhere from $30 million to $100 million just to climb up a mountain and get stuck. This is what you're doing with your money, and you can't give us reparations. Damn. Anyway, let's keep going. This is what's going.
Why?
Why? That's what I'm saying, bro.
Why?
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 Would you do it?
Why? I just couldn't fathom being on a mountain in freezing temperatures for 2 months and paying $50,000 to be in freezing temperatures for 2 months with the risk of dying.
Yes.
You got to be a special kind of person to do that. Mount Everest is crazy. I just thought it took like no more than a day to climb any mountain, but obviously that can't be the case. But, wow. Mount Everest, never doing it, but I'm intrigued by it.
Mm-hmm.
Peace, family. So listen. So today's video is going to be, I don't know if y'all heard about those people that are stuck on Mount Everest, family. I'm going to need y'all to watch this video, and I'm going to need y'all to watch this video to the end. Okay, yeah, so family, listen.
They keeping this secret. This is somebody type high IQ in the chat, people. They can't have people finding out that the high IQ people decided to climb, 1,000 of them decided to get together and climb the tallest mountain in the world in a blizzard. That somebody type high IQ. I know it's some people that couldn't even spell SAT, but they know not to climb a mountain in a blizzard. I know that. I'm sure of that. I mean, what do y'all think? Anyway, somebody type high IQ in the chat room.
Do we not understand that Mount Everest is the crown chakra of this land?
Okay. I'm gonna let you. She done went there. We're gonna go to some other people that speak regular English. You about to take us. We don't need to see Moss in the essence.
All carriers, including the animals, ancestors, elements, and moves as one, not in selfishness or pride. Spirit decides who crosses, not human will.
Okay, let me move on. Let's move on, baby.
But listen, let me know how y'all feel about this video in the comments.
Appreciate you.
Just stay tuned.
And we gonna watch. We keep on watching.
Let me know how y'all feel about this video in the comments. Listen, knowledge is wisdom and wisdom is power, family. Peace.
Right. You trying to make more just white folk doing white folk stuff. That's all right. Go ahead.
Everest. So, 1,000 people got stuck on Mount Everest.
White people.
Why would there ever be 1,000 people on Mount Everest at one time? Is that allowed?
I don't know.
I bet they're rich.
Who
gonna go up there and get them? Did they start rescuing them already? I hope they survive. I pray they survive and that they'll be okay.
Some of them didn't.
But if they're not, still, like, why would you do that?
I don't know.
Why would you do that?
I'm gonna ask you.
Okay, they stuck on Everest and all y'all talking about what the fuck was they doing there anyway?
The storms have sparked chaos, blocking roads and washing away bridges.
And then a lot of y'all are saying that's a problem that black people won't have because we don't do that shit.
That's the problem. That's what we're saying.
Well, so much for that, because in 2022, 7 members of the Full Circle Everest Expedition Group reached the summit. Oh yeah, that's a black group of climbers.
Black people climb the mountain too? Did they climb the mountain? That's what you're telling me? The black people climb the mountain? I bet they didn't climb it in a blizzard, but go ahead.
Black people don't do that. Black people don't do snow. We don't ski. We don't do camping. It's like, oh, LOL, we don't do that. And that can become a very real self-imposed limitation.
They don't believe that you're mountaineers. If I go to a store to buy a piece of mountaineering equipment, sometimes people will explain to me what it is.
And I'm sure you get things explained to you a lot because you're
Okay, I'm just gonna let you know on behalf of all the black people. Okay, there's different kinds of black people in the black community. I know all y'all think we're all the same, but these are not. How do I say? These are not the urban black people. Okay, I'll say urban. These are not the people who are from the. I don't know. We're gonna call these people the upper echelon of black people. These are black Americans. These are clearly black Americans. These people you hear now, these are black Americans. They are not going to be running 4-1 in the 40. They are not going to be rapping and singing and jumping, and you might not ever hear the N-word come out of their mouth. Either the one with the A at the end or the ER. These are different kind of black people. Okay, so we're gonna listen to them, right? Because they help push the race forward and all that, and they get those good jobs and fill those corporate slots. But we're gonna keep listening.
Black and because you're a woman,
and they don't realize that I'm a vendor of a lot of
climbing
equipment.
And they brought the total of black people who reached the summit to 17. Now, for context, since people began climbing Everest in 1924, only 7,269 different people have reached the summit. There have been 12,884 climbs to the summit. That include people
12,000, almost 13,000 people have climbed to the top of Mount Everest. Now, how many of them were black? Let's
who've done it multiple times, and Sherpas. And Sherpas are Tibetan Everest natives that serve as guides and porters for these rich motherfuckers who want to climb this mountain for no fucking good reason. And why do I say rich people? Well, look at this and you'll see what I mean. And after all that, I must say, there are a couple of biracial people in the group, and I can understand why they'd want to do it, because half of them has a proclivity to doing that kind of stuff. But part of me really feels like the rest of them are amongst the group of black people who do stuff that people say black people don't do just because they say black people don't do it. But that's just me. I could be wrong. But forget that. They did it. They did it. We fucking do it.
I don't
everything.
God, but you ain't got on me, 'cause I'm on.
Now, of the 12,800 people who climbed to the top of this mountain, I don't know if y'all heard that closely, but I think the sister said of all of those people, they had a total of about 12 black people in total who tried to climb that mountain. So out of damn near 13,000, it's been 12 black people all across the earth that have wanted to climb that mountain up until 2022 when those 7 people came and almost doubled the number. So now it's about 19 black people, okay, including the biracial. So that's, you got 2 for 1 in there. So that's like half, okay? So there's really about 18, okay? If you put the 2 biracial people together, it's really like 18, okay? So the truth is, okay, out of all of the African people of African descent on this planet, you found 13 black people. Not because they had to climb the mountain. They probably just wanted to prove a point. You know how those folk are. I was the first one to integrate my golfing club. I'm the first African American. That's those people. Those are those type of black people. Okay, but we make space for them. But let's move on to the regular black people and get their comments.
Class is in session.
Talk to me, baby.
Sherpas risk their lives for someone else's bucket list. While climbers love chasing their glory, it's the Sherpas who have to risk their lives to go back up in the danger zone to save them. They're risking everything for someone else's ego trip and Instagram post. Keep in mind, Sherpas make on the low level $4,000 and on the high level $10K. And don't forget the fact that Sherpas have to pay for their own equipment. So for the ones who like to say, oh, well, Sherpas, they're making enough money within their community, but how much money is being taken out and how much are they keeping in their pocket? Yeah. 2, they're literally stepping over dead bodies as they reach the top. More than 200 bodies are still frozen on the trail to the point that those bodies are called landmarks. Landmarks?
That's what you
walking
said.
over a corpse for a selfie. 3.
That's not a vacation.
In the sky.
Yes.
The
What she's saying is they leave a bunch of trash up there. So they go to this holy site and they leave all their tents and trash and potato chip bags on the side of the mountain. That's what they do. Okay. So you got a big trash heap way at the top of the world on that mountain. Let's keep listening.
The amount of trash that's left on the mountain is insane. Discarded oxygen tanks, torn tents, hell, ramen wrappers. They're all up there.
You got $100,000 going on a trip, and the best food you can find is some top ramen. I mean, if I'm on $100,000 for a trip, I'm gonna have steak every day. Okay, let's keep listening to the little lady.
That's turned into a landfill for climbers, and that's not the worst of it. Number 4, there's human poop up there.
Oh, they stepping
everywhere.
Over poop.
Each season, there's over 26,000 pounds of human waste left on Mount Everest.
Ooh.
It's frozen into the ice and melting into the water.
So you got shitty ice. So they up there stepping in shitty ice. So now you got shit on the bottom of your climbing boots. Is that what you're telling me? They spend $100,000 to step over dead bodies and shit. Little frozen shit balls. Is that what you're telling me?
Imagine how that's impacting the community. 5, it's become a playground for the rich. Climbing used to mean skill, but now you just need a $100,000 check.
That's not fun.
The mountain is full of people with money, but no mountain sense. 6, people underestimate the mountain.
Nobody
underestimates Mount Everest way too much.
I don't even underestimate the local park. Are you kidding me? I don't underestimate the mountain. I know. Look, what are you talking about? Talking about? Just stop speaking for all the human beings on the earth. Okay, we know who they did. We know who's doing this. Okay, we know who did this. All right.
Money doesn't buy oxygen tolerance or frostbite immunity. Unfortunately, when things go bad, folks see it less as a tragedy and more as arrogance catching up. 7, it's overcrowded and chaotic. Y'all remember that viral traffic jam photo I showed you? Dozens of climbers stuck in the death zone waiting for their turn to summit while their oxygen is running out. Doesn't seem like a good time. That's not adventure, that's bad.
You want to wait in the line, you can go down, you can go right on down to the T-Mobile. And it's a line you can wait in. I mean, you'll be there all day at the T-Mobile trying to figure out why your phone won't come on and why it won't go off. You got to unplug it and let the battery drain out just to reset it. If you just want a line to wait in, Okay, you can ease on down there to that local T-Mobile and wait in that line all day. You don't need to go up to the side of a mountain to do that. I don't get that. But let's keep listening.
Climbers ignore the warning signs.
Hey, this the
Not all.
mountain.
Let me put
The
that
mountain is a
disclaimer.
warning.
If there's a blizzard coming, or if there are other climbers turning back, oops, I'm gonna get up there. I'm gonna make it. This could be my time. I'm not trying to spend another 100,000 again. No matter what, I'm gonna make it to the summit. But then you don't. You don't. Summit fever is so real.
I know, not over here.
That's what gets people in trouble, but they don't care.
They need to.
9. I feel like the culture disrespect is wild. To the Sherpa people, Everest is sacred. But to these climbers, they see Everest as an adventure park. And last but not least, number 10. It's a self-inflicted risk.
Clearly.
No one has to climb Everest. You don't have to. I'm just saying.
Leave
You
that
are
mountain alone.
knowingly stepping to one of Earth's deadliest environments, all for a personal goal. So when disaster strikes, people see it as a consequence of a choice, not an accident.
Yeah, that don't need to be your personal goal. Your personal goal is to stick your head in a lion's mouth, swim to the bottom of the ocean with no air tank, or climb Mount Everest. Then you need to come up with some better personal goals, in my opinion, my humble opinion. Now, I'm an attorney. I'm not a psychologist, but it seemed to me that if doing something ultra dangerous is on your bucket list, maybe you got some issues. Maybe you need to take some pills. I don't know. Maybe you should get your little prescription from somebody. Get you a script. You see what I'm saying? Work that out. Meditate. You know what I'm saying? And if you're gonna spend money to do that, I don't know. Something to think about. Me, don't want to overstep my bounds. But go ahead, sister. Keep talking to
Is
them.
why you have no sympathy. Send them this video. Because in my opinion, the only people who deserve sympathy are the Sherpas, the family of the Sherpas, and the family members of the climbers. That's it. That's
They
all.
should have talked them
These
down.
climbers
Don't
are
go up
spending
there.
up to $100,000 to play with their life. How
Yeah, that's what
exactly
they're
are you
doing.
expecting us to feel?
All right, somebody type high IQ in the chat room. Remember, all these are rich people. Somebody type high IQ. Okay? And just somebody type high IQ. You all who don't know, the IQ test is designed to determine how quickly you can solve problems. Okay? It's rationale. Okay? So my thing is this: if your IQ is so high and you're able to solve problems, why is it that you couldn't figure out ahead of time? That means beforehand that if a blizzard is going to hit the side of a mountain, then today might not be a good day to climb it. Okay, so this is the type of things that because this is what I want you to understand. Black people have been on this earth for hundreds of thousands of years. Okay, but you don't see 1,000 of us climbing the highest mountain. There's nowhere in history have 1,000 Black people climb the highest mountain in the world during a blizzard and paid to do it. Okay, so I'm just saying, I bet if it's some Mexicans out there. Shout out to all the Mexicans and the Samoans and who else? The Vietnamese. All of us. Brown people, all the Africans. We can come together on this. I think we all can come together and agree that we would not climb the highest mountain in the world during a blizzard, okay, and pay somebody to do it. I think we can agree on. I think we could all find collectively something better to do with our $100 million. Collective. We could, we could have a hell of a barbecue. Get us a little, little quinceañera going on in there. You don't need a high IQ for that, okay? But your high IQ failed you, okay? Look, white folk, look, I'm just here to help, okay? I'm here to help you, okay? But your is this what your high IQ leads you to do? Then I'm just saying, you may want to figure out, you may want to, watch a little bit more Dummy Box to make sure you watch football Saturday and Sunday and Monday night to dumb yourself down a little bit, because this high IQ is a little overrated. Keep going. Go ahead.
Seen a video of this girl, this Caucasian girl, saying that, hey, leave them up there on Mount Everest. And she was basically explaining, like, oh, it's basically the rich that go there. Now, here comes me with my naivete that had no idea how much it costs to go to Mount Everest. So hopefully you're like me, and I'm going to show you right now. So this is a breakdown of how much an expedition costs, right? So the average cost is 40 to 75,000, typical full expedition, right? 30 to 40 is bare bones budget. That sounds wild. Why would I have bare bones? Mount Everest, one of the most dangerous places to go. And then the luxury private guided climb is $100,000 plus.
You get your own.
When that Caucasian girl said, leave the people up there that look like her because they had no business being up there. Now, I'm not saying to leave them up there because their lives do matter and their families care about them. But can we charge them for the rescue, or is that just out of the books? Because if you had that much money to go up there, we should be charging you to be rescued. Similar to that place, I don't know where it's at, but there's like a lake that you can go down to, but it's like way down. Like you got to walk way down, and they tell you, hey, if we got to rescue you, we're going to charge you. So there should be a sign on Mount Everest. If you get stuck and we need to rescue you, we're going to charge you. But I'm guessing that's how that works, right?
Get the money.
So y'all, now I don't mean to sound.
They need to charge
$100,000,
$200,000 to come down, and on top of that, you need to get paid ahead of time. And so I want all the Sherpas bring your credit card. I don't know if you got service up there, but bring your little credit card. Get the little one, that portable one, and zip. Sir, I'm gonna need to be $200,000 to come down off the mountain. Can you imagine that? You're on your first date, ladies. You're out there on your first date with Tom, and Tom's like, well, oh my God, I only have $230,000 on my black card, so I'm gonna have to leave you here, or you can ride budget on the way back. Oh no, my God, no, we got up here together for $100,000, and he get his $200,000. He lucky he don't leave you up there. You don't have $30,000, girl. That's a horrible date, right? You better look, especially if you decide to get up on the side of the mountain and you don't want to give them none, right? You know how dudes leave you in the restaurant because you talking about I ain't gonna pay. Now I ain't paying unless you putting out, baby. What's happening now? I mean, I done bought you 3 drinks. You mine for the night. You belong to me, girl. You better be fully cooperative if you're on the side of Mount Everest. You better give him everything he wants. You understand me? you better be full. All hands on deck. You won't get off. This ain't like him leaving you at the Ruth Chris. You got to take an Uber home. All right, no, he leave. You better be full cooperation. You go up there with Tom, and Tom talking about, look now, I ain't gonna pay for you to come down off this mountain unless you go ahead to put out, baby. You had to give me some of that now. I mean, I know this is our first date and everything, but man, I done went all out for you. Oh man, you should have brought your own money then if you wasn't going. If you ain't gonna do what a woman do, I'm gonna treat you like a man then. Pay for your own way, girl. And now the little Sherpa talk about, look, I ain't got a lot of room on the mule. Somebody else gonna take your spot. You better pay up. And now you there trying to get your people to send you something on the Apple Pay, so you can get. I need $200,000 to get out the side of this mountain. Where you at? You at Magic Mountain? No, I'm on Mount Everest. How you get to goddamn Mount Everest? I told you leave them white folk alone. Oh man, anyway, let's keep going.
Housing. Nobody paid them, nobody forced them. They just woke up one day and said, you know what sounds fun? Freezing to death on a mountain. And now they're stuck up there because of, wait for it, a blizzard. On Mount Everest. Like, who could have seen that coming? Maybe the weather app y'all clearly didn't check before you packed your trail mix and your privilege.
It wouldn't matter.
And the best part, they can't even find half of them. The rescue team's out there like, we're trying, but it's cold as hell up here.
You done lost half them white folks. You done lost half them white folks. You done lost half 1,000 white folks. the collective credit score around the world is gonna go down. You done lost 500 white folks on the side of Mount Everest. Y'all get back up there and get them white folks. Get on back up there and get them white folks off the side of that mountain. All our credit scores are gonna be bad. What's wrong with you? Shout out to Faith Kwan. Are you kidding me? They done lost. So basically, half the white folks that went up to the side of the mountain during the blizzard, they can't find them. They done froze. They up there, little fingertips turning black. See, this is what we talking about. This is what we talking about. This is a sad situation. This is terrible. Look at this little poor little white lady. Look at her poor baby. Poor baby. You shouldn't have went up there though. You shouldn't have went up there. I'm looking at your little eyeballs. You should not have gone up there. We have indoor heating now, okay? You don't need to climb up the side of the mountain, okay? I'm just saying. You don't need to do that. Don't do it, baby, okay? But anyway, I hope they get you out of there.
I bet it is. You climbed into the sky. See, this right here is why I say I fully support white people doing white people things without me. Yeah, I'm not built for that. I'm not hiking up no mountain where the air don't even want to exist. If I got to bring my own oxygen, that's God telling me stay your ass home. But real talk, I hope they find those people safe. I really do. But after this, please, let's retire Mount Everest from the vacation list.
They gonna keep going.
Y'all don't need to prove nothing. The mountain already won.
So apparently there's like 1,000 people stuck at the top of Mount Everest right now. And bitch, if you don't leave them up there, leave them! Y'all want to be one with nature so damn bad? Now you about to be one with nature for real. Enjoy! You could have took a hike through a national park. You could have traveled the world and visited all the world's beaches. You could have went on a mission to hike every trail in America.
That's her mama. She's channeling her mama right now. That's what her mama would tell her. Right now, I can hear, go ahead, baby, get it out. Get it out. You've been waiting to tell somebody off like this. Go ahead.
And instead, you took your ass to the top of Mount Everest.
They did.
And you ought to be left there. You wanted to be there. Now you're there. I swear, the Mount Everest people is as bad as them damn splunkers. Spelunkers, what are they called? You know, them bitches who like to cosplay Josh Hutcherson and Dwayne The Rock Johnson trying to make it to the center of the earth, climbing all up in them damn caves and then getting stuck. Oh, girl, if you don't leave them down there, y'all always want to put y'all's lives in danger and then make other people risk their lives to come and save you. Absolutely not. Jack and Jill went up the hill and they can stay up there. Oh, and then when I comment that on the video, people are like, well, what if it was you? Well, what if it was you? And why the fuck would that be me? In what world would that be me?
Now,
and it's not even just a case of, oh, well, you just can't afford
family
to go.
friendly.
I don't care if I win the lottery today. I don't care if I woke up tomorrow with a multi-billion-dollar idea, sold it, and made all the money in the world. I can tell you right now, right hand to God, I will never be stuck at the top of Mount Everest. Never. That will never be me. I'm praying for the animals and I'm praying for the Sherpas. And hell, I'm praying for the damn mountain. I can't imagine what it's like to have all these insufferable ass people just climb on top of you and die all the damn time.
So today on Caucasian TikTok, there are up to 1,000 Caucasian people on Mount Everest right now. Completely optional. They didn't get paid, no brand deals. No one told them to go march up there and say it was going to be in rapture, right? Nobody said that. There was a fucking blizzard. And now all 1,000 of them are stuck. First of all, you didn't check your weather out before you left the house to go on this goddamn adventure up a motherfucking mountain. A treacherous, deadly mountain. You didn't check your weather app? Oh my God, 2 weeks out? It says there may be possibly a blizzard.
They had already spent their money.
In the forecast. You didn't check your weather app?
They had already
and then you still took your ass on a motherfucking mountain?
Yes, they did.
Where there could have possibly been a goddamn blitzy. And this is why I don't condone white people and doing white people activities. I'm just not brave for that. I'm going to leave that to them. But not only are they motherfucking stuck, they can't even find these people.
They up there.
Lord, I hope you are able to find these people. I hope they return home safe. And I hope nobody else's white Caucasian ass decides to go up a fucking mountain.
Yeah, I want all the people to come down safe. Okay. And if I was there at the base of the mountain when they got there, I would roast them from there all the way to the clinic. Well, we're going to get them checked out. Okay. And then I would kindly escort them out of the country. Okay. Y'all got to go. Y'all are bad press. Shout out to Mr. Hunter. You understand me? But I would roast them clean. I'm the type of person, look, I'm praying for you to be safe. But as soon as I see you at the house, what the hell was you goddamn thing? You out your goddamn mind? You're climbing that goddamn mountain. You lost your damn. I would roast them from one end of the house to the other. Okay. Now I make them some warm soup. give them some crackers, get some little mittens for them and start the fire at the fireplace. But I'm gonna talk bad about you. Okay, you don't want to do something stupid, and I'm the first person you see. Matter of fact, it could be a year later. I will roast you a year later about something you did. All I do is hear about it. Okay, I'm gonna make you feel like you need to be felt. Somebody should have had the conversation with you ahead of time. You took your ass up to that mountain, okay, and you got your big ass stuck on that goddamn mountain, your big bad self. Okay, you lost your money. Okay, and now you got hospital bills. Medicaid don't cover nothing in Nepal. That's another country. Your little Medicaid bill, no, Medicaid can't help you. Your damn Blue Cross, they don't take Blue Cross in the Himalayas. No, you just dumb as hell. I would talk bad about it, and I love you. I'm glad you made it off the mountain, but you dumb as hell. Then don't do no dumbass stuff like that again. Okay, don't do it again. All right, it's crazy self. But let's keep listening to the little
that can kill you.
White people went on Mount Everest and walked up that mountain voluntarily with no money added to the vision or the vision of going up there.
No, they went up there.
White people, can I ask y'all, why do you like trouble? You guys like camping with the bears, rucking up the mountains, etc., etc. If you ask me, no shade, no tea, I really do feel like it's because you guys haven't suffered in life.
I think it's more than that.
There was no suffering that you guys really had to do. So you like to just do all these things to feel like I'm going through something.
No,
I climbed out Mount Everest. I parked in the woods. A bear almost ate me up. Honestly, if a white person sees this, can you guys tell me, oh no, Chi, we actually just like to do all crazy things because etc. But if you ask
now, I just want y'all to understand, all the black people around the world, whether you're from the Caribbean or Africa or Black America, we are all pretty much on the same page. We are not trying to climb a mountain in a blizzard. Okay, so this lets you know that this is not just germane to one city or another. This is cultural. Okay, now the fact that you had all these white people from around the world, American and Australian and from the UK, all these white folk, that also tells you some some cultural stuff going on in there. We're gonna break this down real deep in a minute, but let's keep letting the sister talk. Talk to them.
Ask me. I really do feel like without suffering makes life hard but interesting, and white people don't suffer that much.
I don't need to do all that suffer. Look, let me tell you something. If I wanted to suffer, you know what I do? I go get a good workout in the gym. Ooh, I struggle, man. Get that little, mile and a half walk in. You know what I'm saying? Give me a few little lunges in, little lat pull down. You know what I'm saying? Oh, if I really want to suffer, oh man, let me get some dumbbell flies in. Oh man, my arm feel like, oh man, I can't lift my arm up. You see what I'm saying? That's the type of suffering I'm dealing with. Okay, then I'm gonna go hop in the little hot tub and say, man, I really worked out a little too hard today. That's the type of suffering. I don't need to climb the side of a mountain in the blizzard. I don't know. I don't think that's an adequate excuse. But go ahead, baby.
So life to them is not that interesting. So they like to do crazy stuff. Honestly.
So you call it crazy. It's not crazy to them. That's right up the alley. Go ahead.
R.I.P. to them.
Yeah.
R.I.P. to them. Leave them up there. Let them frost over.
That ain't right. Don't say that. No.
Don't go up there looking for them and killing extra people. I'm so sorry. I know maybe some of these family members out there, but you guys do too much. Mount Everest. Oh, please. I feel like if I go to the rooftop, I'm really being adventurous. Gosh, calm down.
I'm casually minding my black business, right? And I come across that it's 1,000 people that's stuck on Mount Everest. I would assume Caucasian, okay? No offense, but that sounds like a Caucasian activity, right?
It is,
so
baby,
they over there stuck like Chuck over there, right? So I was like, ever since I seen Sheila go up that mountain to try to save her marriage, I knew that was a place that you would never find me, okay? And I'm sitting here trying to figure out what's so grand about Mount Everest. Like, once you reach the top, is there a pot of gold? Keep in mind, this is completely optional.
If you want to go up 30,000 feet, you can hop on that Spirit Airlines from Cleveland to Atlanta, and you'll be up 30,000 feet. They might even take you higher than 30,000 feet. If you just want to go up 30,000 feet, get a little selfie, you don't need to climb that high. Why would you do that? That's crazy. And why is this not national news? Why are we not talking about this horrible tragedy of 1,000 white people who have climbed to the side of this mountain and half of them disappeared? Why is this not national news? Okay, because if one white girl go missing in the Caribbean, we got to talk about that for 3, 4, 5, 10 years in a row. Okay, so why can't we talk about this? This is something that need to be spoke about, huh? We need to talk about this. This is important. We need to get this information out there. We got these high IQ people that have climbed this mountain and during a blizzard and got stuck and paid $100,000 to get stuck. Okay, I mean it might be a conspiracy. They probably tricked those people. They put that mountain out there and said, "Yeah, come on, come on." And they could trick them white folk up the mountain. They were attracted to that. It was a trap, like a little mouse trap or something. Put some cheese out there. Like the mountain is like cheese to these white folk. They just attracted to dangerous stuff. They've been hoodwinked. Okay, we need to talk about this. This needs to be a documentary. This is bigger than Cosby. It's bigger than Diddy. Okay, this is bigger than Chris Brown. All right, this is huge. It's bigger than OJ. Okay, 1,000 white people, and they can't find half of them. We need this. This needs to. Where's Phil Donahue? We need to get him, and we need to get all of them out there so they can speak about it. This needs to be Fox News right now. White people trapped. Whose fault is it? It was a black blizzard. It was a blizzard. It was a black man that took all these 1,000 people up. Oh no, it wasn't. Okay, darn it. Obama did it. No. Who was it? They were the Mexicans did it. Damn. They did it themselves. Yeah, they did it themselves. Damn. That's why they don't want you to see it. The high IQ notions go all the way into the toilet if y'all start really examining some of these activities. But let's keep listening.
All right, so they get up there and get stuck. My thing is, who finna go and rescue them? I was like, you better call Elsa from Frozen, because who told you to go up there? Keep in mind, y'all, it costs like $30K to like $120K to climb this mountain, right? I mean, I do feel bad kind of in a way, but it's like, why would you even go up there? I feel even more bad for the people that gotta go up there and rescue them. Listen, you would have been better off calling Tyrone before calling me. It only took Sheila one time to go up that mountain for me to know that would never be a place for me.
And this is why I'm black for a reason. I'm not doing no shit that I know that's gonna unalive me. 1,000 Caucasian people went to Mount Everest. Mount Everest is currently experiencing a blizzard at this moment. Mind you, they're high up in the air, like 16,000 feet in the air, grasping for air. They literally cannot even breathe. They have to wear an oxygen mask. Y'all must have not checked the weather app before going onto that mountain. $40,000 to possibly lose your life because you can't breathe and you're dying from cold air. Your whole body has gone cold, literally can't feel your fingers. Face is numb, face is cracked. Now they're sending a rescue team to come and rescue y'all. I don't think it's possible. I don't think they're going to be able to rescue them. Not at this current moment. Y'all would have stayed y'all asses home with y'all family and be in warm weather. Y'all wouldn't have to deal with what you're dealing with now. The possibility of being unalived due to a cold storm and being so breathless. I promise you would never catch no black person doing no shit that they know could possibly unalive them at all. We don't even play those type of games. Shit like that don't be on our to-do list at all.
White people went on Mount Everest and walked up that mountain voluntarily with no money added to the vision or the vision of going up there. White people, can I ask y'all, why do you like trouble? You guys like camping with the bears, rucking up the mountains, etc., etc. If you ask me, no shade, no tea, I really do feel like it's because you guys haven't like suffered in life. There was no suffering that you guys really had to do. So you like to just do all these things to feel like I'm going through something. I climbed out Mount Everest. I parked in the woods. A bear almost ate me up. Honestly, if a white person sees this, can you guys tell me, oh no, Chi, we actually just like to do all these crazy things because etc, etc. But if you ask me, I really do feel like without like suffering makes life hard but interesting. And white people don't suffer that much. So life to them is not that interesting. So they like to do crazy stuff. Honestly, R.I.P. to them.
Yeah,
R.I.P. to them. Leave them up there. Let them frost over and let it just be done with.
No, you don't say
Don't
that.
go up there looking
evil.
for them and killing extra people. I'm so sorry. I know. Maybe somebody's family member is up there, but
we are not.
You guys
don't go get them white people and bring them down off that goddamn mountain. Bring them down off the mountain and pass out all their Twitter's accounts so we can make them feel worse about climbing that damn mountain in the first place. Okay, that's what you do. We can't let that entertainment go. Okay, that's one of them people to climb the goddamn mountain. Oh, hell yeah. And we just let them have it on their little X accounts. But let's continue.
Do too much. Mount Everest?
Crazy.
Oh, please.
Get to that. If you're thinking about climbing Mount Everest one day, may God be with you.
I like this because she's going to explain all that these folk have to do. It's not like you just show up at the bottom, okay, and you just start walking up the side of the mountain. No, let me listen to all the planning that goes into what they have to do.
What you have to do is fly to Kathmandu. Kathmandu is the capital of Nepal. Once you get to Kathmandu, you now have to take a 30-minute flight to Lukla. Okay? You're with me. Once you get to Lukla, you now have to trek for 8 to 12 days.
Oh, hell no. You got to walk.
8 to 12 days before reaching the Everest base camp.
Damn.
Stay with me. Day one of the trek, you go from Lukla to Phagdeen. That's about 3 to 4 hours of trekking. On day two, you trek from Phagdeen to Nanche Bazaar. That's about a 6 to 7 hour trek. And right here, this is when it gets crazy because you got to go through the Hillary Suspension Bridge. This bridge swings hundreds of feet up.
That right there is thrilling enough for me. I got to, this is clearly, look at that. Oh no. Look at that. You got to walk across that bridge. I'm done. I'm turning back. Now, where's my Uber? Somebody get my Uber. Huh? Yeah, no. Let me get on up out of here. Let me get out of here. Go. No. 12 days. I got to take 2 flights? Shit.
Above a river. Once people reach Namche Bazaar, this is where people stay for an extra day just to acclimatize. Because at 11,300 feet in the air, your lungs are going to need the break. Day 4, they travel from Namche Bazaar to Tayen Bokche Chatafai.
You up there with asthma and your asthma pumping. That's why you shouldn't go. Okay, you got asthma, you got a bad back and herniated disc and a trick knee, and you decided it was a good idea to go to Mount Everest. That was on your bucket list. That's what you're telling me. You spent $100,000 for this. This is what you did. This is what you did with your money, huh? Okay.
I pronounced that wrong. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. Okay, that's about a 5 to 6 hour trek. Keep in mind, they're doing all this before they even get to the base camp. Day 5, they go to Tayambochi to Dingbochi. That's about another 5 to 6 hour trek. Dingbochi is where climbers will usually stay another day just to acclimatize again because, like I said, your lungs. On day 7, they'll travel from Dingbochi to Lobuche. That's a 4 to 5 hour trek. If you have the strength to wake up and keep pushing the next
4 to 5 hours uphill, up a mountain. You know, you ever got on that Stairmaster? Man, after about 11, 12 minutes, man, I'm exhausted. Can you imagine walking for 12 days up a mountain? This is a pilgrimage. This is a pilgrimage. You couldn't, golly, you're going to be wore out. I'm just saying, let's keep going. Go ahead.
Today, your last final step will be from Labuche to Gorakshep to then the Everest Base Camp. That's an 8 to 9 hour trek. Once the climbers arrive at the Everest Base Camp, they stay here for 4 to 6 weeks before they get ready to climb to the top of the mountain. During this time, they're monitoring the weather, they're setting up camp, they're acclimatizing, and they're doing a lot of training and practicing because
so once you finally, after you walk that 12 days, now you got to hang out on the side of a mountain for 6 weeks, for a month and a half. Where's your job? This is how you know these are not regular people doing this. You got to get back to your job at Popeyes and your part-time job at the Piggly Wiggly. You cannot be hanging out here for 6 weeks. Okay, you know how much money you're gonna miss out on in tips if you work at the Applebee's hanging out for six. Where you been? Yeah, I decided to climb up the side of Mount Everest. This is the thing I wanted to do. Oh, really? Yeah, girl, you missed out on tips. Your tips is gonna be your check gonna be short because you was on Mount Everest. No, we don't have time for that. We got real people issues and that. But look, go save them. Go save them. Don't bring them back down off the mountain so we can talk bad about them. But go save them now. I don't want them to kick the bucket. You know what I'm saying?
Baby, the type of shit they go through as they're going up this mountain, they're going to need every second of this time at this Everest base camp. After the 46 weeks at the base camp, they work their way up to this mountain.
That's crazy. Crazy as hell.
I don't feel no waist tag. Let me tell you why I don't feel no waist tag. Let me tell you why I don't feel no waist tag. First of all, I don't know what Dick Sporting Goods y'all go to, what sports authority y'all shop at, but mountain equipment is so damn expensive, they don't even sell that at regular sporting goods stores, regular people. I bring that up to bring up this. Okay? Folks that's up there is bored and got too much money because it ain't working class, regular, everyday people that's going up there. Now, it might be a few scientists and researchers up there, university students, and we're going to give them a little bit of grace.
Yeah,
they up there figuring out how the hell the permafrost can't freeze and we get some damn prehistoric gonorrhea and make you itch from the inside of your vulva to the outside of your urethra. We don't want that. No. So we need them up there. But for the rest of y'all bitches that's just up there for shits and giggles because you got too much money and you are bored.
Let's not be so harsh. They're in peril right now. Let's wait till they come down off the mountain and have a conversation. Well, let's have an honest conversation with. Don't be like that. Them people up there cold and they freezing. You see the little eyes out there frozen like that. They like just cold. Don't be like that, sir. Don't be like that. Let's be kind. That's what Jesus would want. But Jesus, he climbed Mount Sinai, and from my understanding, that's not a very tall mountain. So that's the only mountain he climbed. Okay, I don't think Jesus would advise us to climb up Mount Everest, but he would want us to be kind in our words. Okay, I'm sure there's some verses in the Bible that says, "Spare not the fool," or something like that. Isn't it something? The Lord is kind to babies and fools. Okay, so let's be kind to these high IQ people, 1,000 of them, who decided it was a good idea to climb the mountain. Okay, the tallest mountain in the whole world. Okay, not Magic Mountain. Okay, they didn't climb Space Mountain. They wanted to climb Everest. Okay, Mountain Everest. Okay, that's what they climb. Okay, but we still gonna be kind because we're beautiful, graceful people. But I do find it very interesting that all these black people are roasting the hell out of these folk. There's no sympathy here. That's sad for us. That's sad for us. Okay, we need to work on that. We need to be more sympathy because the Bible, I'm sure it says somewhere, be sympathetic towards doubts fools. Okay, I'm sure it says that somewhere. But let's go.
Please, honey, they asked to have to see me up there next spring. I'm gonna be very honest with you, and I want to commend firefighters, police officers, first responders, Navy SEALs, all of those people who have to do frontline rescue work.
Yes.
But it bothers me to no end that some people go out and make poor decisions and then put other people's lives at risk in order to save them. I just don't think it's right.
Being judgmental, sir. Being judgmental.
There's a blizzard going on up there. So now these people got to go get up there in a helicopter in blizzard conditions and go get y'all ass from up. Why is y'all up there?
The helicopter don't go that high.
In 2025, what is y'all trying to figure out from up there?
I'm going to talk about it in a minute. From a sociological, I'm going to talk about it.
I guess I should be thankful for some of these people because I am a junkie of National Geographic and I love watching all that type of stuff and learning. But ain't no need in no 1,000 of y'all being up there. See, some of y'all hoes just up there for vacation. And this is I'm like the K's, honey. This is a serious matter. Okay, bitch, there's a blizzard up there. That is a very serious matter.
Language. I'm gonna talk about this from a sociological, biological, cultural standpoint once the folk, our people, finish, saying what I really want to say. Okay, because I can't really say what I really want to say. So what I do is I'll go and get videos where my people will say the thing. Shout out to Big John. That'll say the things that I would like to say, but I can't, because I'm a lawyer. I'm a upstanding member of the community, so I can't really say what I want to say. But y'all are saying it for me, okay? And that's why I air these videos, because then there's something called plausible deniability, which means I didn't say it. I was just reviewing the video. Okay, so now you understand. Let's move on. Yes. Let's see what else we got.
Let me explain something to y'all.
Let's move on. So the thing is, let me see here. Let me see.
That in 2025 there is 1,000 people stuck on Mount Everest.
There is, baby.
The same Mount Everest where the only way that people can tell where they're at is by identifying dead bodies.
Oh no, I'm not. That's all.
Like there's literally people on Mount Everest that they cannot take down because it is so harsh up there. Like there's a man called Green Boots. There's a woman called Sleeping Beauty. And that is how hikers track where they are up that mountain.
I don't know.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I really do feel like rich people have this weird fetish to die. Because it costs 40.
It ain't that. I'm trying to tell you. It's a lot of rich black people that ain't on the side of the mountain either. I've never seen Michael Jordan and Oprah Winfrey. Oprah wouldn't make it that 14-day walk. We know that. Oprah's not walking. And Jordan got that bad back. He not walking. They're rich. Just stop putting this on rich people. Okay? Stop putting this on rich people. We're not gonna this is not a rich people thing. This is a white people thing. Okay. This is the white people thing. I want you to understand that this needs to be classified under mayonnaise activities. Okay, these are mayonnaise moves that we see happening right now. But we're gonna talk about this from a sociological, cultural. You're gonna really have a great understanding once we really get going. Okay, I'm long-winded, but I need to lay the foundation because I need to say what I really want to say. Okay, and y'all are doing that for me. Okay,
let's to 100,000 just to climb that mountain.
That's a lot of money.
40,000 to 100,000 just to climb that mountain. It's not free. Like you have to pay money just to do that. It's the same thing with that submarine thing that happened a few years ago. Like there were billionaires on that submarine that paid money knowing that they signed a waiver saying, hey, we can take you to the spot, but you might not survive. Yeah. And then on top of it, it's 1,000 people that went up there. I need to know what the hell was that group chat even like? Like, what was going through your minds? I need to know what that group chat was like.
Well, anyway, look. So, again, and I know people are saying, black people, y'all just scary. Y'all don't want to climb the mountain. We think about it. Would y'all, any of y'all climb the mountain? Would any of you black folks in here offer to climb? If it was money at the top of that mountain, free Cadillacs for everybody, I think we get a couple brothers, free weed for life. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. We can get some brothers up there. And, I've theorized about that, right? This is some brothers that would climb that mountain. And I'm not the only one that has theorized about that. Or maybe
you think are black. And the answer is not zero.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it all the way a bean with you, cuz. It might be some black folks up there. It might be 2 or 3 black folks up there.
Yes.
Guaranteed.
Yep.
But I can guarantee.
Here it comes.
Damn nigga up there.
Family friendly.
See, this is a perfect time where we can draw the line between black folks and niggas. Because you might find a few black folks to climb their monkey ass up Mount Everest. But you ain't gonna find damn nigga.
You can't keep saying that word on my educated broadcast.
As a spokesperson for the national.
You cannot keep saying that the N-word on my. That's why you got Mexicans and white folk think they can say the N-word now, because you just letting it fly like that. There, you can't keep doing that.
Some nigga Coalition of America.
But he does have a point. But we'll continue listening.
I can say that ain't damn nigga.
Sir, with your language, sir. Keep going.
Ever in the history of niggerdom ever looked at Mount Everest and said, let's go to the top now?
I agree. I agree.
Not even in our vocabulary. We'll admire it from the bottom.
Now, I want y'all to hold on to that point, because earlier I said that there's a difference between black people and N-words with the A at the end. Okay, because according to a certain group of people, we all, it doesn't matter your education, whatever, we all got that hard R to some groups. Okay, the Nick Fuentes of the world. Okay, bottom line is, it's a difference, and we're gonna talk about that. I mean, you all are probably like, what the hell, where is Dennis going with this? Trust me, you are going to learn a tremendous amount today once I get through letting these people say what I really want to say. And we're going to dig deep down into it, okay? But let's let the brother hypothesize.
I don't know, man. Call me crazy, but I feel like 100 black guys can climb that Mount Everest. I think we'll do it in record time, too.
Oh, really?
We can get some guys from Buffalo, New York, a couple guys from New York City, some of the guys from Chicago,
Detroit.
Cats from Detroit.
Ooh, Detroit can handle the snow. You a brother from Detroit. They got y'all got y'all own clothes in Detroit that you need to wear for the winter in Detroit. If you don't get your clothes from Detroit for the winter, Curly Lock, shout out to you. You get your winter clothes in Detroit if you're gonna be in Detroit. I messed around and went up to Detroit with a coat that I bought in Texas. Okay, I might as well have been wearing a cardboard, because it just blew right through all that. Okay, so I'm just saying, shout out to Detroit. Y'all can handle the cold.
Some cats from Wisconsin. Hell, I heard they got black people in Alaska. Let's grab a couple of those guys too. I know we won't do it, but I think we should. One last showing, complete domination.
Yeah,
we may not even need a lot of equipment neither. Just grab what you got in the closet. Timberland boots, Levi jeans, nice little hoodie. Put the Carhartt on top of that, and don't forget the Scully. We take off at 5 p.m. and be back before the game come on by 7:30.
All piss me off. Okay, there's this discourse going on right now about Mount.
This is a black American woman. Okay, she is not. Listen, I want you to listen to how she speaks, because all you all trying to figure out how we can tell the difference. Listen to how she's talking, the way she's thinking.
Everest, and how climbing Mount Everest is like a deeply narcissistic and just like nasty thing to do as a human being. Like it's just not eating like people thought it was back in the day. Right. Good conversation.
Yes, good.
But now,
I ain't
as most conversations do, it's devolved into people like being really mean and nasty to black people who like to climb mountains. Like literally, you can look up any video right now of black climbers, and all of their comments is like, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to go? I will never subscribe to the idea that black people should never do hard things. I'm so sorry. That nature isn't meant for us. The fuck?
Yeah.
Before any of these other motherfuckers existed, it was us alone on this planet exploring it. Period. Don't piss me off. In fact, here's me.
Baby, I don't care what you say. I'm still not climbing that goddamn mountain. I don't care what you say. I don't care how you trying to pump me up to get on out there. I'm not going to do it. Okay. I'll be at the hotel. Okay. I'll be at the hotel. And when you can go on up there if you want to. Go on up there if you want to. I'm not going. I'll be at the hotel. And let me tell you something. If you don't make it back by Sunday, when it's time to check out the hotel, I'm headed back to the house. Okay. I'm taking my flight home. I'm not trying to pay to reschedule my flight because you just got caught on the side of the mountain in the goddamn blizzard playing with the white folk. I'm going to head to the house. Okay. But I'm going to let you finish talking. Okay. I'm going to let you finish talking. And I'm going to take a life insurance policy out on you before we leave. Okay. You know the little airplane life insurance policy for vacation? I'm going to take that policy out because both of us don't need to lose. Okay. We don't need to lose, both of us. You going to be on the side of the mountain? Go ahead. It's free will, baby. You go ahead. You strong. You independent. Can't nobody tell you nothing. You're hard-headed. Go ahead. I'm not going. Okay, but I'm gonna let you finish talking and saying what you're gonna say, and we're gonna move on.
In Colombia. In fact, here's me on another mountain in Colombia.
Baby, that's a different mountain. That's a warm mountain. Okay, you talking about climbing mountains in Colombia versus climbing mountains in Mount Everest. Okay, no, that's different. That's a coffee bean mountain. People climb that mountain every day. It takes 15 to 20 minutes to get up. You got your little workout clothes on. You got your little cleavage showing. That's not the type of mountain. Don't try to compare that mountain to Mount Everest. Okay, that's like comparing grapes to cantaloupes. All right, but go ahead.
Colombia. The fuck? Black people should climb mountains
and
explore nature and see the world. Like, I hate when y'all do this small-minded, oh, that's not meant for us. I'm so sorry. Everything is meant for us.
Yeah, not everything is meant for us, baby. Not everything is meant for. We've already established that. Okay, we do not put raisins in our potato salad. Okay, we season our food. Okay, we wash our ankles and feet when we're in the shower. We don't just let the water drip down. We have wash rags. Not everything is for us. You sometimes look. You can be so open-minded that your brains fall out. Okay. All right, let's not turn into the high IQ people. That ain't us. Okay, go ahead, finish talking.
Everything is meant for us, and we're gonna do it our way. Like, the fuck? I don't have nothing to prove. Like, they're literally
I don't have nothing to prove.
Mount Kilimanjaro, like it's the tallest mountain in Africa. They're all in.
I ain't climbing Mount Kilimanjaro either. I'm gonna stay on the back of the elephant. Y'all going up there? All right, I'll be back at the resort. I'm trying to tell you. Look, you too open-minded. You young people, what the hell's wrong with you? You got too many white friends. That's your problem right there. You got too many goddamn white friends, and they done got in your goddamn head, and now you think you can do what they do. Keep on playing. Keep on playing. They're gonna have. I tell my son all the time. You mess around, they're gonna have your goddamn kidneys in your liver. Gonna be a billionaire white man in Montana somewhere with your goddamn liver hanging out with them folk all the time. Gonna come up missing, boy. I tell him all. I'll tell you the same goddamn thing. Better cut it out.
Her comments, instead of like being like, push through, girl, you got this, you can do this, you're stronger than you think you are. There are her comments being like, what made you want to go there?
No, I'm not that strong.
What made you want to do something like that? You on top of a mountain. Mind you, the mountain is in Africa. Like, I'm already
There's a lot of things in Africa that there's a lot of things over there the Africans ain't doing. There's a lot of things over. You just gonna climb the goddamn mountain for no reason at all, for free. Are you trying to go up there? I mean, somebody offer you a contract? You know what I'm saying? You trying to further your hair care line? Oh, look how beautiful my hair is on top of the mountain. No, ma'am.
Shit done already been pissing me off today. And here y'all go with the foolishness.
That's
reaching new heights together. To a historic milestone, the first all-black team reaching the summit of Mount Everest.
Now, this is an example of Black Americans. I want you to see all the Black Americans and listen to them speak. Okay, these are Black Americans right here. Go ahead. These are your doctors and lawyers and engineers, and they hang out in Black Martha's Vineyard and whatnot. That's them.
ABC's Kata Whitworth have more on their epic journey, reaching new heights together.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them teach or own small businesses, but today they comprise the first all-black team to summit Mount Everest. Their success nearly doubling the number of black climbers to conquer the world's tallest peak.
Ever, okay? That's what I want you to understand. Since they've been climbing, what is it, 7 of them? The 7 black people that climbed the mountain, not all the black people, all in the world, they darn near doubled the number. That lets you know it's only a few black people that have ever thought it was a good idea to climb that doggone mountain in Nepal for no good reason at all. Go ahead.
Base camp is here. Leading the 10-person team is Philip Henderson, recently sharing that 7 members reached the summit on Thursday. The team arrived at base camp 3 weeks ago. Their tents set up at over.
They got there 3 weeks ago. They didn't have that luxury trip. It's 4 to 6, but they got there 3 weeks ago and they hit it. Okay, that's letting you know we gonna climb this mountain, but we got to get on back to Detroit. Okay, we can't be out here all this damn time. 6 weeks like these white folk. We on a budget. All right, but we got it. Let's keep going.
17,000 feet in elevation.
This is where we lived for 2 months while we were getting ready to climb the tallest mountain in the world.
Yeah, how he spoke. This is where he's a Black American. We proud of him. Okay, he's black. He's gonna have a poster or something at the Black History Month in about 40 years. Okay, that's who that is right there. Go here.
Waiting for a safe window of weather, training at altitude, anticipating what's ahead, and remembering what's back home.
Yeah, this is a rest day in base camp. I took my wedding ring off because my hands swell up, so that's the last thing I see before I leave.
You got an old girlfriend up there, huh? You took that wedding ring off, huh? You want them young girls knowing that you're taking, huh? That's okay, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead. You in Tibet. That's outside your jurisdiction of your wife. I'm sure y'all had that conversation. But go ahead. I don't want to sidetrack the conversation, player. Go ahead.
My tent is my wedding ring.
Henderson assembled the team last year, aiming to showcase black athletes, removing barriers that keep them from outdoor sports and inspiring the next
sports. We was outdoor for 400 years. What you mean? We can do all the outdoor sports. This is just not one we choose to do. You seem like, I don't know, overseas paddling, surfboard paddling, stuff like that.
generation. Abby Dion coaches young climbers in South Florida, teaching them how to achieve their big goals.
So my big goal with this project is to help demystify the process of climbing your Everest. It doesn't necessarily need to be Everest.
A mission shared by Colorado high school teacher and track coach Eddie Taylor.
Everest is still going to be hard. It's still going to be this big mountain, but it's going to be something that they don't feel like is unattainable.
See, all these people are Black Americans. I want y'all to understand that. These are all Black Americans speaking right now. Ain't not one N-word amongst them. These are all Black Americans.
We're hearing from the team that everybody is happy and healthy and elated about their accomplishment. And also, you guys, we learned just last night from the athletic director at Centaurus High School, where Eddie coaches.
Somebody say nigga sickles, man. Y'all.
And teaches that the kids on his track team have qualified to compete in the state championships.
Wow, congratulations to that.
Congratulations.
Really incredible story, Kena. Thank you.
Right. I'm sorry. I need to know, have any Black people summited or attempted to summit Mount Everest? Well, shoot,
I applaud them from the base of the mountain, okay?
That's a good question. Let's find out.
Now they're on sea level.
The exact number of Black climbers who attempted Mount Everest hasn't been properly documented, but from what I've read in the early 2020s, they've last counted about 10 to 12 Black mountaineers.
10 to 12. In the 100-some years, the people been climbing up. Out of the 13,000 people, 10 to 12 Black people climb that mountain. That lets you know a lot.
That's a very small amount of Black climbers compared to the climbers worldwide who summit Mount Everest. Despite the challenges that we are all aware of when it comes to climbing Mount Everest, these Black climbers have definitely made history.
They made history.
Peak. Now let's get into who these climbers are. This is Sibusiso Villain. Sibusiso Villain was born in 1970 in a rural village in South Africa. Sibusiso's
African American
mountaineering started in South Africa when he worked at this game reserves in the 1990s. At the game reserve, he met John Doble, who was this British philanthropist and adventurer. John Doble noticed that Sibusiso had really strong athletic ability and introduced him to trekking.
Oh, he was born in a village in Africa. He's going to have good athletic ability. Go ahead.
On May 26, 2003, Sibusiso became the first African to summit Mount Everest.
The first African.
Successful summit in 2003.
Let me get this straight. So this, I just want y'all to understand, out of all the people, the 13,000 people, that's the only African man who thought it was a good idea to climb to the top of this mountain. That's it. I'm proud of all my African brothers and sisters because none of y'all thought it was a good idea to climb this mountain throughout history. Okay? Just think about that. But let's go.
2005. The first time he reached the summit in 2003, he went through the Nepal side. But when he attempted it and succeeded in 2005, he went through the Tibet side. So he summited twice on purpose. Baby. Sibusiso's first and second summit solidified his place among elite climbers who have conquered Mount Everest from both sides. Since climbing Mount Everest, he has continued to push boundaries.
Got a little flag out.
He was pushing. He climbed different peaks from all around the world, including different peaks from the 7 Summit Challenge. He's also taken part in different ultramarathons. Villain also spends his time to philanthropy and motivation speaking. His focus is on youth empowerment and motivating the next generation of African Americans.
That ain't how I want to be motivated.
Now let's discuss Sophia Dannenberg. Sophia Dannenberg is an American climber, and she is known as the first African American and first Black woman to summit Mount
Black
Everest.
woman. She's the first one Black woman. But anyway, look, fam, let's go ahead and get to this work because we got a lot of work to do tonight, today, this afternoon, and this morning, wherever you are. That's just Black people. That's just crazy that somebody would think it's a good idea to climb that mountain or any of these other adventurous sort of nature-oriented things. So we have to begin to ask ourselves these questions. And look, as I always say, if you learn something, I should earn something. We're gonna be here for a minute. I got a lot of work to do. Okay, and but nevertheless, and I know we had this delayed start, but it's important that I lay the foundation. This is actually something that confuses Black people. Okay, and so what I want to do, because it's confusing to me too. Now, here's the thing. I want to take a minute. I've noticed a pattern that runs deep in how people see the world. It's about what happens when human beings grow up in a harsh, unforgiving environment. And because of one of those conditions, or should I say, because out of those conditions come certain ideas and fears and instincts, and they don't just disappear over time and over generations. They shape how an entire group of people relate to the world around them. And so you clearly, or can I say this? You can see this clearly in how a lot of Western or European descended people view nature itself. All right, there's this mindset, a worldview built around separation and domination and control, and it's the belief that life is a struggle to master, that Earth is something to subdue, not something to live in harmony with, like many, or should I say, like let's ground this in science for a second before I jump ahead. So the story of skin color, okay, it's not just a straight line. It's not just dark to white. Ancient DNA research has already shown us that Europeans, 5,000 to 10,000 years ago, they had dark skin. They had dark hair. They had dark eyes. All right. And the lighter skin tones didn't appear all at once. They emerged slowly across different regions as adaptations to environments with less sunlight. All right. Even during the Iron Age, some populations, they still had darker or mixed pigmentation. So the so-called white race wasn't born overnight. It evolved. It shaped over thousands of years because of the struggle to survive in cold, sunless lands. Okay. Now, when it comes to ancestry, the modern African populations carry really no Neanderthal DNA. All right. 1 to 4%. Okay. Now, or should I say, the non-African populations, they carry a little Neanderthal DNA. So along with modern Homo sapiens, you got a little mixture. So look, I'm gonna get there with you. Okay, just hang out. All right. Then you have East Asians, they carry a little bit more, but it tells the story of interbreeding, and it tells the story of traveling and traversing the earth. Okay, and what the ancient humans did. Now imagine living in those conditions. Okay, I want you to understand something. Imagine living in those conditions, that cold, endless winters, limited sunlight, dangerous animals, little food. These folks had to survive that in Northern Europe and Western Europe. What did it do? They had to be on high alert. They had to control their territory. They had to always prepare for scarcity. And over time, those instincts came to shape a psychology, one that sees the world as something to be conquered before it destroys you. So in essence, nature became the enemy. That is called a xenophobic view of the world, as opposed to the xenophilic or loving view of the world. Okay. See, the earth is no longer the mother, it's a battlefield. And that way of thinking didn't just vanish when the snow melted, it carried forward. It became culture, it became identity. So when we see Westerners, Europeans, white folk, fly halfway across the world, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and risk their lives climbing a sacred mountain like Everest, that's not just thrill seeking, that is an echo. It's the same old survival instincts dressed up as adventure, the idea that to prove your worth, you must conquer what humbles you. So when I say white people trying to conquer nature, I'm not talking about biology. I'm talking about culture. I'm talking about an inherited mindset built on fear, the need to control, and the need to dominate. It's not genetic, but it is generational. Okay. And if we really understand that, then Mount Everest stops being just a mountain and it becomes a mirror, a symbol of that old ice age mentality, the need to master, to dominate, to win, played out again and again and again until somebody finally asks, why do we keep trying to conquer, or why do they keep trying to conquer what was never fighting them? Okay, now, I mentioned the word earlier and I talked about a xenophobic worldview. Because they're meaning, you know, let me, so I'm gonna keep going in this direction. The Northern European descendant worldview, their view of nature, religion, science, even family life is fundamentally different from people's living closer to the equator in temperature or tropical zones. And that's not being racist, okay? I'm just telling you what's observable. And I'm telling you what we see. Because in many cultures in the tropics, equatorial belt that's around the equator, or even temperate zones like here in North America, people develop ways that work with the earth. Okay? They work with the earth, not over it. They don't try to dominate it. The earth was our friend, it was our nurturer, it was our source of food. Plants, animals, rivers, those were collaborators in our life. They didn't see nature as a malicious or hostile monster. They lived in, they dialogue with it, whether we're talking about in South America, where they practiced substance farming and they would plant their crops right next to the trees, okay, as opposed to clear cutting the trees, okay? So imagine now you live in a hostile environment where it's cold, food is scarce, weather is unpredictable. You learn to see the earth as an adversary to be disciplined and tamed and suppressed. And when every season or storm can kill you, nature becomes a threat first, okay? And it becomes home second. So you don't work with the earth. So how does that affect your worldview? Again, call it xenophobic, okay? All right, call it hierarchical, call it defensive. It affects everything else. It changes your perception of what God is and what religion is, science and culture, okay? I mean, look at the religion. If your psychology is shaped by fear and scarcity and domination and separation, religion becomes a tool of order. Okay, it's a tool of purity and obedience. Your God is distant and commanding and controlling. Nature is the devil or temptation, not creation to be honored. That's different from religions in tropical or indigenous societies where spirit and land and community fold into one another. What about even science? To the Northern mindset, science is conquest. It's a measurement of control and mastery. Okay, you quantify, dissect, you dominate nature. In a culture shaped by harmony with land, science might mean observation and integration and balance, not just extraction and domination, even family life. All right, social organization in a worldview of scarcity where resources are scarce, then you're gonna need some hierarchy. You're gonna need a leader. So the fathers dominate, women are controlled, children are disciplined strictly, lineage and bloodlines are guarded. If you look through traditional Northern European societies, you see patriarchy, you see class, property inheritance. In contrast, many cultures in warmer regions evolve more fluid kin structures, communal sharing, less rigid hierarchy, because survival depended on cooperation and network and resilience, not domination. Okay. And this is why Brother Malcolm X said once, he once said this was good for them is bad for us, and what's bad for us is good for them. And that captures a break, okay, a severed bridge that exists between people who grew up under different skies, okay? A bridge that Northern European people often never learned to build because their worldview was built on separation, not connection. Now, when you look at Now I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna hold back. People's toes might get stepped on, but it is what it is. I want to take this one step further, because this worldview doesn't just shape how people relate to nature; it shapes how they interpret God Himself. Let's talk about these white Christian nationals, right? Matter of fact, much of Western Christendom, they take a man of color from the Middle East, from basically what is effect to Northeast Africa, right? A man who walked the earth to heal the sick and teach love, and they turned him into a weapon. And I'm talking about Jesus Christ. Historically, Jesus wasn't some blonde-haired, blue-eyed European figure. He was a brown-skinned man from Nazareth. Okay, and when his family went to hide, they hid amongst the Africans in Africa. He was a Hebrew in the Middle East. And that region is far closer to Africa than it is to Rome. And yet through the centuries and reinterpretation, European powers remade his image, not just his face, but his whole spirit. They turned him from a healer into a conqueror. He went from being a teacher of peace into a symbol of domination. They took a message rooted in compassion and justice and dressed it in armor. And that's how Christianity, a religion that had already existed in Africa decades before it ever went to Europe, became what some now call white nationalist Christianity. And this isn't just theology, it's psychology. Okay? See, when the Klan burns crosses and the Nazis march under banners quoting scripture, they're not practicing Christianity. They're practicing Europeanized religion of conquest, a belief system that mirrors the same drive to dominate nature, people, and even God Himself. And this is what happens when you have a fundamentally different worldview, one born out of fear and scarcity. When your history teaches you that survival depends on control, you begin to worship control. You see? Now compare that to the way spiritual traditions in the South, in Africa, in the Caribbean, in the tropics. Religion there was not about fear, it was about balance. God wasn't up in the sky issuing decrees. God was in the rain. God was in the soil, in the river, in the drumbeat. Divinity was woven in the daily life. It was relational. It was not adversarial. You work with the earth, not against it. Okay? So, so when we see white national movements today wrapping themselves in the language of Christianity, you're not looking at faith of Christ. You're looking at a faith forged in ice, cold, and the need to control. Now, I want to introduce you all to something, okay? There's a book called The Iceman Inheritance by Michael Bradley. The Iceman Inheritance by Michael Bradley. I'm going to say that once again. The Iceman Inheritance by Michael Bradley. All right, what I will do is I will let you all see the cover of the book. So if you so choose to, you can go out and check it out somewhere. All right, this is a book that came out many years ago, and that's it right there. The Iceman Inheritance by Michael Bradley. So I implore you all to check that book out. Now, I'm just going to roll through this. And again, if you learn something, I should earn something. But right now, I want to go ahead and get you guys in the game. So we're going to talk about the book. And the book attempts actually to trace the roots of this entire worldview, not just through the culture of politics, but deep in the human prehistory. Okay. Again, the complete name of the book is The Iceman Inheritance: Prehistoric Sources of Western Man's Racism, Sexism, and Aggression. And as I said, it was written by Michael Bradley and Dr. John Henry Clark, who was one of our great African historians. He put his stamp of approval on it. And now, of course, the book is controversial, right? I mean, my God, they don't even want us talking about these 1,000 white folk who ended up getting unalived on the side of this mountain. They certainly don't want us talking about this sort of controversial history, right? About what is perceived to be, why white people are the way they are. Okay. And See, because it challenges the foundations of how we think about civilization and dominance and identity. See, in Michael and Mr. Bradley's central thesis is this: much of what we know, what we now recognize as Western aggression, the impulse towards conquest, hierarchy, domination, and separation, it has its roots not in modern politics or even recorded history, but in the environmental trauma that white people and their their ancestors had to deal with during the Ice Age. So what he's basically saying is the prolonged exposure of prehistoric Europeans to cold, starvation, isolation, that fundamentally rearranged their psychology from what was a people of color, okay, in their behavior, right? They evolved. That not only did their skin color change, but they developed patterns of defensiveness and competition and control as survival mechanisms. And over generations, those patterns hardened into cultural norms, and aggression became a virtue. You see, domination became order, and emotional detachment became a strength. What we later came to call Western civilizations, he argues, was built upon these frozen foundations. All right, if you with me, hit the number one button. If you see where I'm going, hit the number one button. We're gonna go deep today. All right, and when that mindset met these warmer, cooperative people who had worked with nature, cultures in Africa and Asia and North and South America, the clash, it was not just military or economic, it was psychological. It was a meeting between those who had learned to harmonize with nature and those who thought nature was something to conquer. You see? So that's that fundamentally different worldview. When you listen to Dr. John Henry Clarke, he basically says we're not here to demonize any group of people. He's specifically talking about white people, Northern Europeans. But he did want to expose a historical pathology that has gone unnamed for too long, because this is bad press, okay? All right? It's something that you know, we, like you guys, when you found out the 1,000 white people stuck on the side of the mountain, you're like, that's crazy. You see? Why would they do that? Why would you climb that mountain? And see, this is something that oppressed people have felt for centuries, that the violence, the need, the Western need to dominate was not random. It was cultural, it's environmental, and it's embedded in the psyche of those who inherited this whole Ice Age xenophobic worldview. So what we're going to do is we're going to break this down, okay? All right. It's the same, these same patterns of domination keep resurfacing, whether we're talking about the Crusades, or colonialism, chattel slavery, to global capitalism. And this is not about hate, it's about historical honesty. So let's give you some more facts. And you guys hit the number one button if you're with me. I will definitely read all the super chats once I'm finished. But I think this is going to be an epic broadcast, and I think everybody needs to hear it, because at this point, we got white folks doing a lot of white folk stuff. You see, and it's best for you to understand what's happening, okay, and what's going on. All right. So let me say it like this, and I'm gonna give you a little background history. So the prehistoric stage that we're talking about is roughly between 26,000 and 20,000 years ago. That was known as the last glacial maximum. It was the Ice Age, and it was during this time that most of Europe was covered in ice. It looked like, you know, Alaska in the wintertime. And the temperatures were a lot lower, okay? There was no food around. Hard to find shelter, okay? The average daily temperature was about 9 degrees, anywhere from 9 degrees to 27 degrees colder than what it is today. So let's say the average day in summertime is 90 degrees. All right. At the peak of summer in Europe, the average degree, what would it be? 60. So what is the weather going to be in the winter? If it's the average degree is 33 degrees, so now 6 degrees. It's the average day. You see, anywhere from 26, 27 to 90. So imagine living like that. So these people faced prolonged winters, they had limited sunlight, and they had severe ecological stress. All right, I want you to imagine their day. This is what the Europeans woke up to. These black folk that walked up to Europe for whatever crazy reason and got stuck. And over 10, 15, 20,000 years, they began to change. They woke up to dim light, shivering, checking for colds, stretching sore muscles, right? Keep in mind, they probably huddled up at night with their animals because a cow or a large livestock, that's like having a heater in the house. They can heat up a whole room. They had to huddle together. They ate dry meat, okay, or fat before venturing out to the cold wind-blown plains. They're looking for reindeer. They're tracking. They're looking for mammoth. All of this is under gray skies. And then they would go out and they would return home at dusk, if they survived, to a smoky tent or a cave. They'd be in there skinning hides, cooking bone marrow, eating bone marrow, right? Listening to elders, telling stories about the hunt, spirits, stars. And then they went back to sleep over the sound of wind and frozen earth. Keep in mind, you had predators out there. It was a life of discipline and vigilance and endurance. Okay, the only thing what defined life was warmth and food. That was every decision was based on that. Now imagine at the same time period what was going on in places like Africa and Southern Asia and the Pacific tropics. Life looked completely different. The sun rose strong and steady every morning. There were rivers that ran year round. There were fruits, heavy pineapples, mangoes. Animals grazed and migrated through green valleys instead of this endless cold and scarcity. There was abundance. Okay? I'm not saying it was luxury because it's still 20,000 years ago, but it was balanced. Food could be gathered as well. You could just walk out and go get it. Water wasn't ever frozen. Days were longer and brighter, more predictable. The typical day might even begin at sunrise, not in the darkness. Okay? There was no fear of freezing. You didn't have to deal with that cold gloom all the time. Families got up together. They went fishing. There's plenty of other people around. A lot of group gatherings. You see, fruit, honey, hunters used spears. Children played in the water. You see? Fire was used for cooking, not just survival. Because remember, you couldn't keep making a fire just to keep warm. You might run out of wood. Now you don't have anything to cook with. You see? So you had to be sparse with that. There was time to talk. There was time to plan. There was time to sing. Okay? Because the environment was generous. So people learned to cooperate with that, not fight against it. And that difference matters. See, when the earth feeds you, you grow up thinking the earth is not, well, let me say it like this. When the earth feeds you, you don't grow up thinking the earth is your enemy. You develop rituals of gratitude and rhythm, not domination. You plant seeds, you track the rains and thank the animals, you thank the stars. Life becomes cyclical, not linear. All right? In Africa and Southern Asia, in the islands in the Indian Ocean and South Asia, you see art and music and dance and spiritual expression, not as an escape, but as a celebration. These were the cultures that saw nature as a teacher, not as a test. So while in the Ice Age in Europe, every sunrise was a battle, okay? But down in the equator, it was a blessing. So the difference wasn't just climate, it was psychology. One world where anxiety and vigilance and control was bred, and the other where patience and reciprocity and balance was bred. That's the foundation of what this man is saying in this book. Okay? Now, you need to understand how cultures are formed, and I want you to be clear about something. This is a loose definition, but most anthropologists will say that culture, or you define culture as a shared beliefs, practices, values, rituals, and behaviors that a group develops over time to survive and thrive in their environment. Fundamentally speaking, your culture is the thing that helps one generation to produce another generation successfully. Okay, so your culture is the drive, it is your operating system that helps you get successfully breed and have children and move on to the next generation. That's a successful culture when the generation's able to thrive and keep moving. It's not just your language. It's not about how you dance. It's not necessarily about what you eat. It's the entire operating system for your human life. The food may change, the environment may change, and that's because the culture adapts. So it sums up, it's the sum of everything a community learns or people learns and passes on. How to find food, how to raise children, how to organize a family, how to deal with danger, and how to make sense of the world. Every story by the campfire, every tool, every custom exists because at some point it helped people survive in their different regions. And culture evolves because the environment demands it. So when we think about Ice Age Europe, that harsh frozen world of scarcity and fear, it's easy to see how a certain kind of culture would form. A culture that prizes control over the environment and hierarchy, who's going to be in control and planning for the future and immediately, and endurance and suspicion. Every sound is unknown, could be a lion or some sort of bear. All right. And so when your world is always trying to kill you every day, and every day is winter, you learn to guard, to store, to measure, to dominate. You pass down discipline and fear because they keep you alive. You see? Now contrast that with what was going on in some of these other countries. We didn't even have concepts of real estate and borders. Africa didn't have a name. Africa was, as far as the Africans were concerned, this is my tribe, that's my tribe. We walk around. The land is the land. Same thing with the Native Americans. Because it did not require for them to have a certain hunting ground. You see? And the thing is, you can see it in everything. You can see it in the music, in the spirituality, in the family structure. Look how egalitarian most Black and brown people are around the earth. Because we don't need to have one person in charge, the strongest. It doesn't necessarily need to be the man. But in those other countries, you had to have in the European countries, you had to have a designated a leader. You see? See, extreme cold over those millennium didn't just shape the body, it shaped the mind. And from that culture, those psychological adaptations, as he calls them in the book, Mr. Bradley calls them in the book, they turn a survival strategy into a worldview: domination, competition, and hierarchy control. Okay? Now, and this is where we start to understand why people of color and the descendants of those who developed in warm, balanced, life-sustaining environments and white or European descendant people shaped in cold, hostile, survival-driven environments often don't see the world the same way. We're not simply talking about skin tone or genetics. We're talking about two fundamentally different relationships to life itself. For people whose ancestors lived in harmony with the land, the earth was family. Nature was mother and teacher, and the community was a safety net. Spiritual life and daily life weren't separate. They were interwoven together. Success was measured in balance, in continuity, and in survival of the group. But for those whose ancestors survived by domination of nature, life became a battle. You know, safety came from being able to control the environment. Meaning it came from hierarchy. Progress was defined by overcoming over the land, over others, over the self. And the very concept of civilization in the Western mind is to build around taming and mastering and ordering, not coexisting with nature. Okay? So when we look at the modern world, at politics, at economics, religion, even environmental debates, we're watching two different value systems clash. One side sees wealth and as the accumulation, the other side sees wealth as circulation. One sees the earth as a resource to extract. The other see it as a living system to maintain. One builds empires, the other builds communities. That's why we so often can't agree on what progress means or what's best for humankind. For many people of color, not all, progress means restoring balance and healing and reconnecting with what sustains life. But for many Western-minded people in the Western world, progress means expansion, it means domination, it means control, endless growth at any cost. And it's not that one group is inherently good or evil, it's that we've inherited two incompatible cultural logics born from two different relationships with the planet. And until we recognize that difference, until we understand what seems rational or advanced to one group can seem like destruction to another, we'll keep talking past each other. Okay? Now, let's look at the next piece of this puzzle. You guys with me? Hit the number 1 button if you're with me. All right. Michael Bradley refers to what he calls a Neanderthal connection. Okay. He calls it the Neanderthal Caucasoid adaptation theory. And what he's saying is this: what lots of folks can't quite wrap their minds around is that some of the traits we see in modern European or Western culture may not have started in the last few hundred years, but actually started tens of thousands of years ago during the Ice Age, when survival meant living like Neanderthals once did. Now, scientifically speaking, we know this much, okay? Modern non-African populations, meaning Europeans and Asians and others, care about 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA. That's proven by genetics. Africans, on the other hand, and I'm talking about sub-Saharan Africans, don't carry those Neanderthal markers because their ancestors never left Africa, which is the birthplace of the Homo sapien. So in his book, Bradley questions if Europeans carry a small but real portion of Neanderthal DNA, could those traits somehow affect their behavioral patterns? Okay, the same that helped Neanderthals survive. Is there still an echo in the modern psyche? Okay, now let's look at what science actually tells us about the Neanderthals. Okay, because this book was written almost 40 years ago. Okay, let's analyze it. All right, and don't get offended. If you learn something, that's great. That's all I'm trying to do. The book's out there. I'm just giving you my thoughts on it. But let's look at the actual, let's look at it, okay? Archaeologists, they found the existence that the Neanderthals, they were tough, they were territorial, and they were violent. And their skeletons with wounds and broken bones that healed, meaning not only did they fight and they got hurt, like seriously hurt, they lived through that. Like some of the injuries that they apparently suffered would probably, unalive most modern day humans. Shout out to Faquan. They have sites in France, in Spain, and bones show clear cut marks. This is evidence of cannibalism, okay? They got caves in Belgium. They found bones split open for marrow, okay? They literally would eat other, human-like creatures and the animals, and they would take the bone marrow out, all right? Now, scientists don't think Neanderthals were cannibals all the time, okay? They actually think it was an act of desperation when food ran out, or groups were trapped by a harsh winter, but it tells you something about the conditions they lived under and the instincts that develop in the cruel world they lived in. Imagine living like that for generations, for thousands of years, fighting the ice, fighting the wind, fighting the dark, fighting each other. That kind of environment doesn't just shape muscles or bones, it shapes minds. Ice Age survival traits like that, aggressive and territorial, because individuals in small groups had to compete fiercely for limited resources. These people were isolated. Okay, these Africans who got trapped in Europe and was up there for 20,000 years in that cold weather, they changed. They had hierarchies and they had patriarchy because leadership and dominance became crucial for group survival in these harsh environments. Emotionally restricted because empathy and open emotionalism were maladaptive in a context where survival demanded calculation and self-control. You couldn't be emotional. And then there's also the possessiveness and the sexual competition. And since there was a low population density, there wasn't a whole lot of people in big groups. There was no major 100,000, 50,000, 10,000 people cities anywhere. All right. And then on top of that, you had a high mortality rate, and a lot of women died during birth. So this encouraged mate hoarding. Okay, strict control over reproduction and the women. And these adaptations, they became ingrained in the psychobiological traits, not just temporary survival strategies, but long-term behavioral tendencies that have been passed down through generations. So in other words, survival behaviors that turn into long-term patterns. That's what we're dealing with. And those patterns have been passed down for thousands of years. Western culture seems to be obsessed with control and conquest and dominance, not just over people, but over nature itself. Okay? Now, there's no hard evidence linking Neanderthal DNA directly to aggression or hierarchy. Okay, in fact, some research has suggested that Neanderthals were also cooperative hunters, and they care for their sick and they bury their dead. So we're dealing with a complex ancestry, not just one-dimensional. But what's interesting is the mindset. Okay, the fact that early humans in Northern Europe had to adapt to environments that demanded they control it. They had to be vigilant. And they had to conquer just to survive. And so over time, that mindset became an identity, and that identity became a culture. Okay, and this is what he refers to as the Iceman inheritance. You understand? Now I'm gonna break down some of these traits. Okay, and this will all fall under the psychobiological consequences. Okay. Let me start off, in the book, he talks about three main areas: aggression, sex, and social organization. So we'll kind of talk about aggression and domination. In tropical environments, he suggests that there's an abundance allowed for cooperation and negotiation and flexible social relationships. By contrast, in the Ice Age North, scarcity bred it bred a siege mentality. I'm surrounded. Okay. And that worldview is everybody's trying to get me. The animals are trying to get me. The bears are trying to get me. Okay. Everything wants to eat me. Polar bears. And so their worldview is built on fear, defense, and conquest. And this is probably, in this survival pattern, Bradley suggests it later evolved into what we see now as European militarism and nationalism and the drive to dominate nature and other people. And so if we expand this idea of aggression and domination, look at European history. Because see, before Europe ever discovered the rest of the world, okay, before they set sail for Africa or Asia or the Americas, they had already spent thousands of years perfecting the art of war against each other. And if you look at the record, we can go all the way back to 5,000 years ago, which would be roughly 2,700 BCE, which stands for before the Common Era. We find the first evidence of organized battle in Europe at a place called the Tollens Valley in northern Germany. That's over almost 5,000 years ago, okay? And the archaeologists uncovered the remains of more than 130 warriors, men who fought and died in hand-to-hand combat along a small river, okay? And these were just tribal skirmishes. This was This was organized slaughter. And so by the Bronze and the Iron Age, Europe was a patchwork of tribes that were constantly at war. The Celts, the Gauls, the Germanic tribes, the Franks, the Angles, the Saxons, the Vikings, the Slavs. All of these people were battling for land and livestock and survival. Because remember, Europe was a small little corner of the earth. If you look at a map, if you look at a real map of Europe, and I might hang a map of the world, an accurate map that shows you the dimension. Europe is a tiny little place. You see, it's a very tiny little place on the map, big picture thing. But I want to talk about the Vikings because, 1,300 years ago, beginning in 700, year 793, all the way up to year 1066, for 300 years, almost, they just raided and conquered all through the British Isles and France and all the eastern parts of Europe. They burned down monasteries. They enslaved people. They literally turned raiding and unaliving people into a way of life. Even their religion glorified it, right? They glorified fighting. If you died while in battle, you got to go to Valhalla. And guess what you did in Valhalla? If you died about you ate, you drank, you fought all day, you killed each other, and you rose again. That was their internal war for those who died in battle. And that tells you everything about the psychology of the people. Now also look at the English and the Irish. Shout out to Yaya Kids. Thank you so much, baby. She gave 10 people gifts. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. But let's talk about the English, the Irish, and the Scots. The Welsh spent nearly 1,000 years fighting each other on that one little island that they now call the UK. That's all they did was fight each other. Okay? From the Anglo-Saxon invasions in the 5th century to the wars of Scottish independence in 1296 to 1350-70. I mean, these people fought each other. The English Civil Wars from 1642 to 1651. These weren't occasional conflicts. This was a national sport. War is a national sport for these Europeans. The English fought the Welsh for 200 years. The Scots fought for another 300 years. And the Irish, it's been nearly 800 years straight they've been fighting each other. And these are all the same people. Okay, and then you got the French and the English at war for nearly 1,000 years. These people have been fighting each other, including the 100 Years' War from 1337 to 1453. It wasn't just one war, but it was a series of wars. But by the end, both nations were so drained, they just paused long enough to start colonizing other peoples. And so meanwhile, the Spanish kingdoms, okay, they spent 780 years fighting the Moors, doing what they call the Reconquista. That's almost centuries. That's centuries of 8 centuries of religious war. And when it ended, Spain immediately launched the Inquisition and the global conquest of America. So they went to go find somebody else to fight. And the French themselves, they fought the French. 300 wars, 300 internal wars and external wars altogether. 300. Can you imagine? Right? Then they had one war that lasted 30 years alone. Wiped out 1/3 of the German population. Let that sink in. So by conservative historians, just so you can put it in context, man, Europe alone, amongst Europeans, these people from 476 to 1800, they fought 4,000 recorded wars. 4,000 recorded wars, conflicts, and revolts. That's more than two wars a year. That's like a boxing match. You see? And they did that for thousands of years. That's before World War II, World War I and World War II even started. Now consider this: the total land area of Europe excluding Russia, is like 1.8 million miles. That's smaller than the United States. Okay? Imagine if you fought 4,000 wars between the Mississippi River and like, oh, who we fighting? Nebraska's fighting Texas today, and then Ohio is fighting New England. All of them. You see what I mean? That's a lot of wars. That tells you something about the culture, folks. Okay? That tiny peninsula of Earth produced more wars and revolution and military campaigns than all of Africa, Asia, and the Americas combined in the same time period. What does that tell you? Huh? It tells you that war, organized aggression wasn't just a political habit, it was a way of life. It was psychobiological inheritance, the product of 1,000 years of scarcity, cold, and competition. And this is the siege mentality, the idea that the world is a hostile place and it needs to be conquered, not a home to be shared. Okay? Now, I'm not saying they didn't have wars in some of these tropical climates. If we look at the history of the Polynesians in Miami, King Kamehameha, he conquered all of the islands, and they did some rough stuff. They would literally push you over the side of a mountain. They line them up. That's why you think these Hawaiians and Samoans are so big. They would push you over the side of a mountain, these people. That's how they won the war. So there was violence everywhere, okay? But there was none like the violence in the Ice Age North from these people, where they learned it from. And see, remember, every storm, every famine, every stranger was a threat. And that's the mindset between that didn't vanish when the ice melted. It evolved into nationalism and militarism and domination. So when Europe finally turned its eyes outward and they start traveling to Africa and Asia, this is a mentality in America. This is the mentality they brought with them. They brought civilization as they saw it. Okay, and they were exporting trauma. That same siege mentality that once had Englishmen slaughtering Scots, now had Europeans enslaving Africans, and exterminating Native Americans, and carving up continents like property. Okay. Now I want to get down to something real, to the nitty gritty. What's the psychobiological consequences of sexuality and gender relations? Well, how has that developed? Okay. Well, understand this. There was a scarcity of females in these small bands of people, 5, 10 people, you know. So what does that mean? That means that some of your sexual partners were limited to relatives. And let me lay this down where the cow can eat it. Your sexual partners might have been limited to your mothers and your daughters and your grandmothers and your aunties and your nieces and your sons. You trapped in these cold cabins and whatnot, these cold climates for days and weeks on end, you're still a human being. You're going to have sexual urges. And so your sexual partners, you develop these incestuous relationships or these homosexual relationships that we call it. But this is prehistoric man that we're dealing with. Nevertheless, this may explain why we'll call it pedo action and domestic family assault is so high in many of the white European communities here in America right now, according to the 2019 stats. Look, I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there. Okay, and I'm gonna go over some stats in a minute, but along with the complication from the mental illnesses that are pervasive in many of these groups, and Dr. Frances Cress Welsing said that in her debate back in the 1970s, she said that, you know, white people are born with a predisposition for about 20 more mental issues, you see? And that might have a lot to do with it. When you see a population of people that look alike, what that means is there have been a lot of interbreeding. I'm just saying, okay? And that's not me saying that. That's a lot of DNA specialists who are saying that. And so, I mean, you got compound breeding, interbreeding over and over again for thousands and thousands of insects. That did not give rise to gene diversity. Okay. In addition to the high infant mortality rate, you got to understand, and in the book, Bradley argues that it promoted sexual competition amongst males and male possessiveness over women. Remember, women were dying at childbirth. Okay. And what that did was it manifested as patriarchy and sexual repression of women and the commodification of women's bodies in European society. He suggested, this environment also nurtured what he calls a love-hate relationship with sex. Okay, why? What do I mean by that? Well, sex is a sin. Why? Because if you have sex, then 9 months later, another mouth pops up for you to feed, and now that you have to starve. You see? So sex also became sin, or different kinds of sex. You see? I just want you to think about that. And when we talk about, and then also some of the incestuous stuff, it was seen as bad because we know incest leads to issues, children with issues. So think about that. So when we talk about survival in the Ice Age environment, we're not just talking about fighting off cold or wolves. We're talking about survival of bloodlines. In those frozen, desolate regions of prehistoric Europe, women were scarce, populations were small, they were scattered and often isolated for generations, which means you didn't see any other human beings for 10, 15 years. That meant that many of these early humans, the only available mates were close kin, daughters, sisters, mothers, aunties, sons, fathers. And this prolonged isolation and this scarcity, it warped the sexual psyche. It didn't just create social norms, it reshaped the mind itself. In that world, reproduction became about possession and control, not love or partnership. The drive to own a mate became instinct, and the secrecy around sex became a survival habit. And over time, that environment produced what Bradley and later researchers describe as sexual pathology. Patterns of behavior rooted in domination, secrecy. You don't want people to know that you're out here doing something strange with your family member, right? And it also created emotional detachment. These aren't simply cultural quirks. They're deep imprints coded into both DNA and tradition, handed down through generations. Some of these, some of that early incestuous and coercive behavior left genetic remnants, markers of reduced diversity and inbreeding depression, and that modern science can still detect in prehistoric skeletal remains. But just as important as the biology was the psychological inheritance, the normalization of sexual control, hierarchy, exploitation. See, when a society's ancestors learned from a millennia, that's 1,000 years, that possession and domination were necessary to reproduce, that mentality does not vanish overnight. It mutates into new forms. And if you look around today, you can still see the fingerprints of that pathology in Western behavior. And the data that the media refuses to discuss, let's talk about the FBI stats from 2019. We're going to talk about it, right? Do y'all want to talk about it? Are y'all learning something today? Are you learning something? Are we afraid of this conversation? I'm here to talk about it. Okay. 54.8% of all the unalivements in the United States are committed by white offenders. Okay. Now again, we understand that 187s are proximity crime. We get that. Okay. We get that. And as Black Americans, our rate is down there too. Okay. But I want to talk about the grapes. Shout out to Fake Wine. 67.2% of all grapes, white people. Where did that come from? Okay. 83% of all bestiality cases. Remember earlier when I said these folk, white people, remember earlier I said these folk had to share space with animals because it was necessary? So that's not something that's uncommon. That was something, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just putting the information out there, come to your own conclusions. 83% of all bestiality cases, that is sex with, vermin, right? Non-humans. 77% of we'll call it child bad stuff, white. 58% of all felony assaults. 70% of all drug overdoses. 75% of all meth users. 77% of all self-unalivements. 75% of all white-collar crime. See, these federal numbers are not just rumors. They're not talking points. Okay? But nobody's broadcasting this on evening news. Who's standing on a podium saying the most violent crime and sexual exploitation in America is committed by white Americans? No one is going to say that because it doesn't fit the narrative. Instead, we get the same recycled lie. Black people, they're unaliving all these white people. But see, when you look at the FBI stats from 2019, that's not even true. But I want to kind of dig deeper into, I want to make this plain, okay? So that the myth that of black on white crime wave isn't statistical. It's a psychological projection. It's a way of externalizing what has always existed within European history. Didn't I tell you these people had 4,000 wars? Whether we're talking about the legacy of sexual violence, incestuous tolerance, and domination, that began in prehistory. And it still echoes through systems of power and media today. Again, when we talk about unalivements, white victims are 3,299. And most of them, specifically 79% of them, that's 2,594 are unalived by other white people. Now, how many black people or should I say, white victims unalived by black people? 17%. Of white people who are unalived by black people. All right. And what about the black victims? It's about 2,906 in total. How many of those are killed by black people? 89% are killed by black people. How many black victims are killed by white people? 8%. That's about 246. And we're going over the FBI stats. And I know this is a tough subject, but I wanted to say this. I want to make this plain. So when we talk about psychological projection, we're talking about a defense mechanism. It's a mental habit where people push their own hidden impulses and guilt or desires onto someone else so they don't have to face them. So instead of saying this is something inside of me, I don't want to admit it. They say, that's what you are. So when the narrative says black men are violent and dangerous and hypersexual, that's not just a lie, it's projection. It's a reflection of what European culture itself has historically done and refused to reckon with. See, Europe's history before it ever met Africa and Asia and America was soaked in violence and sexual domination. Whole tribes were wiped out. Women were treated as spoils of war, and children born of great were considered property. Incest and sexual coercion were not isolated acts. They were part of survival in an environment where people were trapped together, where kin boundaries blurred, and where power, not love, determined sex. So over thousands of years, those patterns hardened into cultural norms. The man became master of his home, his wife, his property. The daughter was a bargaining chip for alliance. Boys were not always protected. They were often preyed upon by older men, priests, lords, and in the history books in the church shows that record, and it's quietly. Okay? Look, that's not, I'm not trying to condemn all Europeans, but it's important that we understand these roots. Now, I'm going to let you see this video because this gentleman breaks something down real good. When we start talking about property, Okay, and I know we started off talking about this mountain, but we need to talk about this.
We need to talk about something I've mentioned before, but clearly needs addressing again. We are watching a specific trend climb, the rise of the family annihilator.
I want you to listen to this, okay? This man is going to talk. This is a white fella. I think he's popular on Facebook. I like his work because he's telling the truth.
We need to talk about something I've mentioned before, but clearly needs addressing again. We are watching a specific trend climb, the rise of the family annihilator. There was a family in San Francisco where the parents and the 2 daughters have perished. It was
the family and the 2 daughters have perished. Okay, somebody type unalive in the chat room. Okay, keep listening.
It's rumored that the mother did it, but assumptions would have us believe that the father did it because that's common. With a 12 and 9-year-old daughter, why eliminate them? Because your family is $200K in debt? I mean...
So he's trying to figure out why the family annihilator is what this gentleman is referring to this. Why did he unalive these kids? Because they're $200K in debt. Now, to most black people, you don't even, what the hell are you talking about? Why would you, just because you're in debt? Right? Keep listening.
I mean, look at the pattern. A family, often white, appears to have it all. Businesses, the facade of generational wealth, the perfect life in a city like San Francisco. Then the inevitable pressure of a depressive economy that begins to crack the illusion of success. Debts begin to pile up. The performance of success becomes impossible to maintain. And for the racist white man whose entire identity is built on fake control and fake dominance.
Fake control and fake dominance. Remember, this is something that is absolutely necessary. Control and domination. So what happens if you, in the past, thousands of years ago, if you lost control and domination of your environment, you died, right? You died. The polar bears were coming. You know, you can't control it. The other clans are coming to take your stuff and your women, right? And how do you perceive this? This is your property, okay? This is culturally. This is your property. So what do? When you're about to lose your property, your wife and your children are your property. Okay, and it's about to be taken away. You no longer have control over what you apparently you're going to die anyway because you don't, unless you can control nature, you know, you're not going to survive. Right? Let's listen to what the gentleman says.
This is a life-ending event. White people being faced with the threat of losing it all is causing the self-harm uptick. It's a voice in the racist man's head telling him he's a failure in the system that he was told he was born to rule.
It's a voice in his system. It's that cultural programming telling you, I'm not going to survive. I'm not going to survive. I'm losing control of my property and the environment. And my women and my woman is my property. I just listen to it, man.
So what does he do when he can no longer control the market or his finances? He makes one final brutal assertion of control. He does not see his family as human beings. They are extensions of his property.
What? He does not see his family as human beings. They are extension of his property. Isn't that what Michael Bradley said 30, 40 years ago? And this is the cultural difference. This is the worldview that people of color don't understand. Okay, and this is why it's hard to see eye to eye when people. It's like trying to get a Mac and a Microsoft computer to talk. They speak 2 different languages. The coding is different. Okay, so just understand. This whole broadcast is for understanding. Okay, I'm trying to teach you something, let's keep listening.
His legacy, his brand. And if that brand is about to be repossessed, he would rather see it wiped from the earth than allow anyone to witness his humiliation.
It's not just humiliation. If culturally speaking, 10,000 years ago, if you lost control of your property and your family being your property, but also control of the environment in which you live, then that's a death sentence for you. So at this point, it's better to unalive them, because that's my property. And that's the concept that I'm trying to get you to understand that David Bradley was talking about in the Iceman Inheritance. Okay. And this is how that whole patriarchal system, the woman belongs to me, my children belongs to me. This is how that thing arose. Okay. And it's important to understand that from a psychological, sociological standpoint.
He would rather annihilate his entire bloodline than face a single day in a world where he is not on top. This is the dark, rotten core of the mundane middle-class family. It is
because, again, okay, and the fella is really talking about, but he's really talking around. It goes deeper. It's not just about embarrassment. That's one thing, but his life is over too. If he loses control, no more sex, no more children, no more offspring, no more food, no more anything, because I've lost control of my environment. And my culture teaches me that the environment is my enemy, and there's always something out there trying to eat me. Okay? And so this is what he's saying.
the same impulse that drives their political violence. When their supremacy is challenged, their solution is not adaptation, it's annihilation. They're taking their wives and children with them into the abyss because they cannot fathom a lifestyle where they do not hold absolute power. So can we call this a mental health crisis? Because I think it's a cultural cancer. I think
He said the same thing I said. It's a cultural cancer. You got to tell what you're no longer in the woods anymore. Come on out of there. Okay. And I know we started off talking about the mountain, but I'm going to get to that in a minute. But let's finish our work.
it's the violent end of a capitalist fairy tale. Racists are showing us that they would rather commit the most unforgivable act imaginable than to simply admit that they are not superior. They'd rather prove their lack of humanity and face their rightful class position as the bottom. While Black American families thrive and are guaranteed to survive, a disturbing number of these white people are choosing to erase their lineages entirely. The men are going to annihilate their families or drive their spouses to commit the act themselves. Well, when the going gets tough, be the source of your own demise, I guess. Y'all stay safe.
Okay, so he hit a lot of points. Now he and I differ on some things, but you guys, that he hit some points, and he's speaking from a person on the inside. I'm speaking as a person on the outside observing. Now, again, I'm not trying to condemn all Europeans or all people of European descent. The truth is, I don't even know what a European is. I know what an Italian is. I know what an Irishman is. I know what a Scotsman is. But because they've all come over here and decided to call themselves white and given up their culture just so they can, latch on to this fake, contrived title of white for social hierarchy and such, then we are stuck with that limited. Definition. But nevertheless, we're trying to get to the roots and understand. Okay, when society learns generation after generation that power equals control, even over someone else's body, then sex and violence become intertwined. That's why in Western culture, even today, sex is often treated like a battlefield. Domination, submission, conquest, control. The same mind that invented the sword later invented the language of conquering a lover. The same system that created slavery also created the idea that pleasure comes from control. So when you see European culture produce both extreme sexual repression and extreme sexual exploitation, from Victorian purity laws to modern day corn, it's not random. It's the same psychological inheritance, desire mixed with guilt, attraction fused with domination. That's why the projection onto the Black man as the beast, the threat, the predator became such a powerful myth. Because deep down, it was never about Black men or what we did. It was about what European men feared about themselves. See, they saw in the Black man the raw vitality, the freedom, the sexual power they had been taught to suppress or fear in themselves. So they flipped the script. They said, no, it's not us, it's them. That's projection. That's psychology 101. When you can't face your own demons, you paint it on someone else. And that projection didn't just stay in the mind. It became policy. It became law. It justified lynchings and segregation and castration. And mass incarceration and emasculation. It became a way to control, to neutralize, to make sure that what Europe feared most, the loss of dominance, never came true. Did you see those Black people climb that goddamn mountain? That was an exercise in dominance. It's not that we have to do it, but the fact that we do it, everything we do, we dominate in. Don't you see why you are the number one target and always will be the number one target of white nationalism and white racism and white supremacy racism? It's because of your natural ability to dominate everything you do, whether we're talking about math or cross-country running, whether we're talking about race cards or playing dominoes, whether we're talking about the courtroom or the bedroom. All these little white girls running around here talking about they want a black man. Natural dominance. That's why you're always the target. Black man, black woman. So when we talk about this myth of black on white crime, this crime wave that we don't even live around each other, what we're really talking about is Europe's shadow, the guilt of centuries of violence and rape and domination projected outward, so they don't have to deal with it inward. And here's the deeper truth. For people of color, especially those from cultures that have developed in warmer, more cooperative environments, sex and community have historically been about connection, not control. For us, intimacy was part of life. It wasn't a weapon. That's why this Western obsession with dominance and purity and punishment seems so alien. It's not our inheritance. It's not how our ancestors related to the earth or to each other. So understand this. It's not about blame. It's about clarity. Because when you know where a sickness starts, you can stop and catch it. The goal isn't to try to condemn these folk. It's to see what the hell made them climb that goddamn mountain. Okay, that's how we started. All right. But we definitely need to be able to see this wound clearly so we can finally stop mistaking projection for truth, stop confusing control for love, and start building a world where intimacy means trust, not domination. Now, here it is, man. The scarcity of women, and this is Bradley, and I'm going back to Michael Bradley's book, The Iceman Inheritance. The scarcity of women in early northern tribes, the generational exposure to incestuous mating, and the development of cultures where possessiveness and jealousy and repression of women's sexuality, it defined the gender relationships. Over time, those instincts evolved into what we know as Western European or European patriarchy, a structure where men treat women as property, as trophies, and as symbols of power, where their sexuality is controlled and their sex is controlled. And that's why even today in Western civilizations, they have a love-hate relationship with sex. On one side, it's obsessed with it, marketing, entertaining, even religion drips in with sexual imagery. But on the other side, it treats sex as a sin, something dirty. It must be hidden and punished or purchased. And that contradiction, that push-pull, it's not random. It's the echo of Ice Age survival psychology, desire mixed with fear. Okay? Attraction poisoned by control. Okay, so when Bradley talks about the psychobiological consequences of sexuality, he's not describing ancient history. He's describing a living inheritance. So now let's move on. Are y'all with me? Hit the number 1 button. We're gonna start moving through this. When you live in an environment where a single mistake, and I want to talk about social organization. When you live in an environment where walking around the wrong side of the mountain could cost you your life, where a failed hunt or one wrong step or not anticipating the storm can wipe out your entire clan, you don't survive by improvisation. You survive by discipline, planning, and control. You want to know why white people are on time? Because they know that polar bear is going to get there at 5:15 every day. So they need to be out of there by 5:02. So they need to show up by 3:15. You understand me? Life depends on it. That's why your airplane's always going to be on time. And if not, somebody's going to get punished for it. That's what the Ice Age did to white people in Europe. It was unforgiving. It was a world of scarcity and isolation and cold. Food was not guaranteed. The sun was a visitor, not a resident. So people learned early that survival required a system. It required rules. It requires roles. It requires strict obedience. Now contrast that with you black people and you brown people. You're late for every damn thing. It's culture. Hanging out, chilling in the sun. Whether we talking about a hut in Africa or a liquor store in Compton, this is what you do. The white people don't understand that. I don't have so much time to just hang out. Like, don't they have jobs? Huh? For them, it's a constant struggle for control and timeliness. They had to be wary in nature. And over time, it became psychological conditioning. You know, and out of that conditioning grew what we now recognize as this Western obsession with structure and hierarchy. Once the glaciers melted and the farming began, those ancient instincts didn't fade. Evolution doesn't work like that. Culture doesn't work like that. As much as we are separated from Africa, we still got black people in Africa and black people in America doing nigga shit. Excuse my language, family friendly, but we still doing nigga shit over here. And you take the same N-words from here, you put them over there, you be like, damn, these are the same, they doing the same damn. They've been separated for half a millennium. It's black people right now in Africa hanging out in front of somebody's goddamn hut talking about absolutely nothing. And you can find that same thing happening in Detroit, Chicago. That's our culture. Part of the reason that we grew up like that is because a person who had a lot of strong warriors hanging out in front of their hut or their village was a sign of strength. Don't come up in here. We're going to stab you with our little spears. And that's cultural. It kept the lions away, kept the other tribes away. This is an African thing. So now when you got brothers hanging out in front of the liquor store or hanging out in front of grandma's house, you got a whole backyard you can be in with a swimming pool and a jacuzzi. And you want to sit in the front of the house. I sit in the front of the house. I got a big backyard. I can sit back there. I got plenty of chairs. I chose to sit in the front of the house. And I'm like, damn, I'm a nigga too. Shit. See? You can't get away from your nigginess. Don't use my words. I'm just saying. All right? But let's get back to these white people. So nevertheless, once the glaciers melted, it didn't go away. That culture didn't go away. All right? It evolved into the foundations of what we call the Western social order that you black people just can't understand. It's the same impulse that once organized hunting parties and rationed meat. Tom, you'll get the legs. Martha, you can get the thigh, and you can get that, and blah blah blah. You see what I'm saying? They ration meat, right? They organize armies and churches and governments. The same command structures that once kept families alive in the snow became monarchies and patriarchies and property laws. And let me hit this. See, control of people and land, even thought, you know, it became the highest expression of intelligence and success to be able to control land, put a fence up. The Native Americans hated these ranchers. They put them goddamn barbed wire fences up, and now the Native Americans couldn't chase the buffalo like they wanted to. It was a big fight. Native Americans didn't even understand the concept of land ownership. The earth is for everybody. How can you put, the earth has been here before us, is going to be here when how can you put a fence up on the earth? Makes no sense. It makes no sense. They couldn't understand that concept. But see, Western civilization measures worth through ownership. You're valuable if you control something: land, capital, labor, knowledge. It's not enough just to exist. You must dominate. And this didn't emerge by accident or some divine inspiration. It came from thousands of years of psychological indoctrination training in one of the harshest environments on earth. Control equals survival, and survival became morality. See, in this system of hierarchy, okay, hierarchy wasn't oppression, it was order. Someone had to lead the hunt. Someone had to decide who ate first. Someone had to enforce rules when resources ran short. But over centuries, that survival logic hardened into social doctrine. Men came to see control as natural and moral. The leaders of authority became unquestionable. The origin of kingship and feudalism and eventually capitalism. The king, you belong to the king. You were the property of the king. They had a practice called prima nocta, where the king would come down on your wedding night and have sex with your virgin bride because you were his property. And so he could literally, unless you were willing to pay the price for your wife's virginity. Prima nocta. It was a thing. And the leader's authority became unquestionable. Ownership itself, the right to say, this is mine, became a survival instinct. When resources were scarce, hoarding became protection. But in time, hoarding became power and power became identity. That's how Western civilizations developed its economic soul, built not around community, but around possession. Some of y'all right now just came over here from Africa or somewhere in South America. Every time you pick up the goddamn phone, your WhatsApp messages are talking about, we need you to send some money. Grandma's sick. We need you to help out back home. You constantly sending money back home because people of color have this communal worldview. What's yours is mine and what's mine is yours. And then when y'all get over here to America, you develop a westernized view of the world. Every man for himself. Pull yourself up by bootstraps. And that's why when some of you black people and brown people and Asian people take your butts back to your homeland, they like, nah, you've changed. You're an American now. Because you're like, man, I got to pay this goddamn gas bill. I got to pay T-Mobile. I can't be around here giving you $300 to help put for your son's school, your daughter's school fees. Can't do it. That's the difference between Western culture and some of the more colors of the people of the earth. Again, land became the ultimate measure of worth. The more you control, the more valuable it became. Because why? Because that's where the hunting was. That's where the food was. So from there came the conquest of other lands and the enslavement of other people to work on those lands, and the policing of other cultures. And it all justified by a worldview that equated domination with destiny. Why wouldn't it be moral if domination and taking other lands meant your survival? Of course it is in the Europeans' worldview. See, the measurement of worth through control. It's the idea that a person's value is determined by what or whom they control, physically, socially, and intellectually. It's why empires expanded, why religions imposed orthodoxy, while science and philosophy developed a certain view of the universe. Everything had to be measured and classified and mastered. Even love and spirituality were systemized. It was turned into institutions, rituals, and hierarchies. There was no room for the unpredictable, no space for the emotional or the organic. Hell, even modern day love marriage is something new. That's just something that just popped up. Back in the day, you got married because her daddy had a 100 head of cow, and you had 100 acres of land, and y'all got together, and now everybody can eat. You see? See, what couldn't be measured was often dismissed as primitive or irrational, like your spirituality from your home country. And see, that's a direct inheritance from the Iceman inheritance that they got. And you can't explain it to them. You can try. See, when your ancestors survived by suppressing emotions and improvisation and spontaneity, their descendants inherited an unconscious need for control in every area of life. That's why, even if she is not the boss, that white Karen is always trying to tell you what to do. Let me see your ID. Ma'am, you are not the police. Do you live here? Control. They got the need to control. It's part of their culture. And so once Europe industrialized and expanded outward, it exported this psychology to the whole world. Colonialism wasn't just about resources, it was about imposing a worldview that order must come from domination, that progress requires hierarchy, and that civilization means control. In contrast, you got these people of color shaped in these warmer climates with more abundant environments. They value balance over control. I ain't trying to work all day. I'm not, hell no. They don't care who's in charge. That's why brothers don't mind. You lose your goddamn job. Oh, all right, baby, you go on out there and get that money. Harmony over hierarchy. It's not that important for me to be in charge. Just because I'm in debt, I damn sure ain't gonna unalive the whole goddamn family. I need them to go out there and cut that grass. We'll get another job. Walmart is hiring all the time. You see? And see one, okay, so look, so what began as survival traits in a frozen wasteland became cultural values and moral codes. And eventually it became this global system of white supremacy. They have to rule. It's a matter of survival. That's the Iceman inheritance. They'd rather die or destroy the world if they can't rule it. You see? Bradley calls the Iceman inheritance a psychocultural DNA, a set of ingrained emotional reflexes carried forward through generations. These weren't biological mutations in a genetic sense, but they were deep behavioral imprints that became embedded in language, law, economics, religion, and ideology. See, in the Ice Age, territory meant survival. Control of land meant access to scarce resources, food, water, shelter, safety. Hell, if I don't keep control of this land, we can't get that cave over there next to the water. It's sitting on the side of the cliff. Everything else, the bears are going to come and eat us. So control of land was important. And so when European civilizations emerged from that climate, it retained that instinct to conquer, control. You see? It wasn't seen as a temporary necessity. It was seen as a virtue. The same survival-driven impulse evolved into imperialism, expansion, and a relentless drive to seize, map, and dominate the world. But by the 15th century, shout out to Urban Eagle, but by the 15th century, that instinct had been sanctified. God said we must do this. Religion popped up. We're going to take this Christianity and we're going to say we have the ordained right, manifest destiny. And so now exploration for more lands and people to dominate became quote unquote civilization. And the entire continents were treated as a new hunting ground to gather resources. Okay, this time not just for food, but for labor to do the work, and gold and land. And the colonizers' mind saw no moral contradiction in this. Control equals safety. Expansion equal progress, because that's culturally what they developed. And so the Ice Age reflex, defend your territory, dominate your environment. It became a global policy of aggression, justified as the natural order of things. We have a divine right to lead. So now the religion put the stamp of approval on that Iceman inheritance. So that's a very corrupted way of seeing Christianity. I hope you all are learning. So the same drive for control over the land and resources evolved into the ideology of private property. No such concept. The belief that ownership defines existence and worth. In a harsh ice age environment, storing, hoarding, rationing, that was necessary for survival. But in the world of abundance, that instinct turned into an economic system that rewards greed and punishes cooperation. And see, the thing about capitalism is, it is really just a social expression of that ice age scarcity psychology, the constant fear that there won't be enough, the compulsion to accumulate, the obsession with control over nature and others. You all can't sit up here and judge white people because many of you ladies, you got 15, 20 pair of shoes in your closet right now. That's hoarding because you might need it. You can't even get your big old feet, swollen up feet in them shoes anymore. You was a 7.5 when we started. Now you about a 9-10, but you still got them shoes in there, don't you? Huh? Won't give them away. Hoarding. And see, and we see this, jokes aside, we see this in everything from the enclosure of common lands, okay, to the commodification of labor, right? Even time. They pay you $15 an hour, $10 an hour. And what began as a way to survive scarcity became a philosophy of domination, one that measures human value not by character or community, but by control and accumulation. So think about that. And y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. I want to make sure I do that. I can get carried away. But, you know, y'all hit that like button, okay? Somebody said hoarding shoes doesn't equal destroying the world. It's still hoarding shoes, Cat Ferguson. You probably got a bunch of shoes. They said hit dog holler. You got a bunch of shoes in your closet right now. Honey, I don't know what he's talking about. I was fine with what he was saying until he said that. You got a bunch of shoes. That's capitalism. That's hoarding. If you had 13 or 14 sisters, nieces, and you lived in Africa somewhere, they'll be like, let me get some of them shoes. You have too many shoes. Give me some of those shoes. And you would be compelled to do it because you live in a more communal environment. But here in America, where capitalism reigns supreme, and we are subject to that, the impression that we have from the Iceman legacy, we hoard. You got whole businesses set aside for hoarding. They call them storage facilities. You got people literally, you got so much crap in your house that you ran out of room in your house. You got to take them old ass clothes and old furniture and pay somebody $200 a month. And you go down there and you put all that crap, all that moldy stuff, you never gonna see it again. Anytime you want, I gotta go to the storage. I gotta go to the storage bin to get it. I gotta go down there and see. I don't know where you did. I gotta go down there and see grandma's old dresses in there, the old silverware. You gotta go down there. You got so much stuff. Why do you even keep it? You don't even see it for years at a time. You never need it. Okay? I want you to understand something. Scientific rationalization, emotional detachment, and objectification. We hate when white people do that. That linear way of thinking. They want you to get to the point. Can you hurry up and get to the point? I don't have time for this, Tyrone. You see, all that emotionalism, you're being belligerent. How many of y'all have heard that at your job from the AR? You get rolled up for being belligerent. Because see, in the Ice Age, emotions were dangerous. Fear, grief, hesitation, that could get you killed. Keep a stiff upper lip. In other words, don't cry. And so a form of emotional suppression evolved, a preference for logic and measurement and control over feeling. That emotional detachment later became the hallmark of Western intellectual life. In its positive form, this gave rise to the scientific method, engineering, and innovation. That's why your bridges don't fall down, okay? But in the darker form, it created objectification, the habit of seeing the world and even people as things to be studied and categorized and used. And this psychological distancing, it allowed for brilliant discoveries and brutal justifications for it. The same mindset that could build a telescope could also build slave ships. And the same logic that mapped the stars also measured skulls to determine racial hierarchies. Science in this context, it wasn't purely neutral, it became a tool of control, and it reinforced the worldview. Born from cold survivalism and the world, see the world as an object, not as a relation. You see? And in small, isolated Ice Age tribes, the unknown meant danger. Okay? So racism and ethnocentrism and this defensiveness towards others. Racism didn't just start 500 years ago, despite what our brilliant teachers said. This started way back then. Stranger danger. Strangers could threaten scarce resources that your group needed to survive. So suspicion and competition and hostility towards the outsider became evolutionary advantages. When those ancient instincts carried into the modern world, they became ethnocentrism, the belief that one's own group is the center of the universe, and eventually it turned into racism, a system of hierarchy built on fear and other. You black people's problem is you just let everybody in. You open your door, everybody can come to the goddamn cookout. You let everybody sing rap music and soul music. They ain't got no soul, but let's look at that. All right. You open the door. Other races don't do that. They close the door. Other races gatekeep. We don't. And that's because you have a xenophilic worldview. You open to other people's cultures and things. You go into the Indian restaurant, eating the curry. You go into the same day, you go to the Mexican restaurant and get the tacos. You at the house cooking tacos. Tacos and collard greens. You see what I'm saying? We're so open. You're so friendly. Oh my God. You're so friendly. And then you get mad when they come in and take your jazz music and your blues. You see? So Europeans don't see the world that way. Again, they became ethnocentricists, okay? Which eventually turned to racism, a system of hierarchy that is built on fear of the other. Shout out to Cat Ferguson. And that same fear shapes Europe's encounters with the rest of the world. Dark skin, foreign customs, and unfamiliar religions. That triggered some old tribal reflexes, us versus them. It wasn't just ignorance. It was the projection of Ice Age psychology onto the global relations. Look, the African has been traveling this world for thousands of years. We've gone to all these different countries. There's evidence that we had Abubakar II left the west coast of Africa, one of the king or emperor of the Mali Empire, and traveled to Brazil and worked his way all the way up with thousands of men and hundreds of ships, all the way up to east coast of the southern hemisphere or should I say the southern hemisphere of the Americas, all the way up to the Dominican Republic somewhere. We've been getting along with them people great for thousands of years. Trading with them because we have a xenophilic view of the world. Same thing with those other people of color. They found evidence of gold-tipped spears in what we now call Hispaniola and Jamaica and Cuba. Because the Africans have been there. Spears that would only be found in Africa. It was the European who came over and decided he had to conquer the world for no good reason. Christopher Columbus says that these people are just the nicest people you want to meet in his little book, perfect for making slaves. That's what he concluded. See, the colonizer wasn't just conquering the world. He was defending himself against it. In his mind, it was psychological and cultural and spiritual defense. I have to conquer it to control it so it doesn't eat me. You see? Even after the Ice Age ended, Europe's institutions, religion, their monarchy, their economics, their education, it reinforced those same traits control and hierarchy and property and separation. The church taught obedience, taught obedience and sin. Feudalism mirrored the hunting hierarchy, the lord, the serfs, the leader, the followers, and science replaced mystery with mastery, reinforcing the belief that truth could only be known through domination. Thus, traits that were once adaptive and used to exist in an environment became maladaptive. And they spilled into war, conquest, slavery, industrial exploitation, and global inequality. And see, the same instincts that once saved a small tribe from starvation now threaten the whole planet. You see? Remember, that Ice Age mind was built, and that culture that derived from it was built for survival, not coexistence. And that's important for you to understand. But as Europe globalized, it exported that system, that mind state of survivalism. It exported that psychology to the rest of the world, and it imposed that on the rest of the world. And the result has been civilization can't stop. They just can't stop conquering and reconquering. Even when there's nothing left to conquer. Look at these white folk. You swear up and down they done lost America. We're going to take America. You got everything. You got all the Congress. You have 99% of the land, wealth. You got all the money. What do you mean take America back again? How you going to make it? If it wasn't great before, why is you still the same people in charge? White people have lost no ground, only in their minds. I mean, at this point, the world is on the brink of environmental collapse. We have endless wars, racial oppression. And these are not random failures. They are inevitable consequences of a worldview that measures worth through domination. And if white people are not completely dominating you, they feel bad under that European mindset, which developed from that Ice Age environment. Again, I'm not placing blame. I'm just making you aware, doing my job. But it does explain why people of color and Western descendants often clash in their perspective. One worldview arose in balance and reciprocity, the other rose in fear and scarcity. You see? Now let me drive this home because I need y'all to understand something. There was a gentleman named Chancellor Williams. There was another one named Diop. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, somebody I mention often. The Iceman and the Sun People. The Iceman and the Sun People. He's not talking about skin color, he's talking about civilization and psychology. And I'm talking about Bradley when he referred to them. Shaped by history, environment, and adaptation. According to Bradley, the early African-centered scholars, the Sun People. They developed in tropical, subtropical regions of Africa, Asia, and America. They lived in environments of relative abundance. They had food year-round. They had shelter. It didn't require them to do heavy hoarding or isolation. The climate encouraged outdoor living and communal interaction and shared labor. And so under those conditions, cooperation became a primary survival tool, not competition. People live close to nature. Social systems, reciprocity, balance, spiritual continuity. And see, they lived in harmony. Now, What about the ice people? They lived in a cold climate. Cold, food scarce, isolation, danger. Why do you think they come up with all these horror movies all the time? Where do you think that comes from? They scared of the dark. Because bad things would happen in the dark. Some would come eat you. Every time something goes bump in the night. Scared. Horrific. Nevertheless, all the code didn't, reward sharing. It rewarded control. And survival demanded planning, hoarding, and defense. And over time, those patterns hardened into a worldview that prized individualism, which is how many of you all feel. I'm an individualist now. You came from a communal environment. Many black folk from down south. It was all about the community. You can't get a bunch of black folks together now. Community my ass, but I got to pay for this Mercedes-Benz car note. State Farm, Geico, they want their money. I got to keep riding. I got to go to work. You see? But Europeans, individualism, hierarchy, domination. So what did it give rise to? Materialism as proof of worth, patriarchy as a matter of social order, and warfare as progress, and property as identity. But what does that create? It creates an imbalance, and that's why we have endless economic competition, environmental destruction, emotional disconnection, and a constant struggle for dominance, even the men and the women. So what do we face now because of this? Climate crisis, social inequality. It's a direct result of this ancient split between the ice people and the sun people. You see? Let me make this plain. Okay? The Ice Age trained a survival mentality, rank, hierarchy, conquest, emotional shutdown. It's the same mentality that ranks people. That's also going to rank knowledge and who gets credit for it, whose story counts. So when a civilization needs to justify power, it uses history as a shield. That is what John Heinrich Clarke calls a historiographical theft. Rewriting the past so Europeans' dominance seems natural. How does it show up? They gatekeep which books are classics. The Iliad, the Odyssey, Edgar Allan Poe, The Old Man and the Sea. They literally rename parts of the earth that you can clearly see, like separating Africa from Northeast Africa, which they now call the Near East. Hell, they've taken Egypt out of Africa, and it clearly is in Africa. They treat the Greeks and the Romans as though they are the original sources of this knowledge, and they make Africa a footnote when we all know that the Greeks and the Romans studied in Africa, or the Greeks studied in Africa, and the Romans studied from the Greeks. They whiten images and softening translation. They have you all convinced that Jesus Christ was a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Some of y'all have a white Jesus. Your grandma still got that white Jesus picture on her wall right now, and he was from the Middle East. That's whitening images and softening translations. They will even start history at a time. They'll start Western civilization in Greece so that Africa looks like it's something that happened 1 million years ago in prehistory with the dinosaurs. But why do they do that? Because the mindset built on scarcity and control fears the other. It needs a story where Europe is the hero and everyone else is a side character. That's why white folk are constantly centering themselves. It's always about them. And that's how empire on the ground becomes empire in the classroom. Egypt, or what they call Kemet, gets Africanized, de-Africanized in textbooks. More Spain is called a bridge, while its African and Arab engines of science and medicine, all the work they did gets minimized. Biblical and classical tales, right, have you thinking all that happened in Europe. And that was really largely a story about Middle East and Africa. You see? And then you get this scientific racism, like IQ. They play these IQ games and eugenics. And it gives a scholarly cover to the racism. And it's legitimized in universities and museums and publishers and school boards. You see? And see, that Iceman mindset explains why the rewriting happens. The record shows how it happens, erasure and reband. This is why they don't want to teach real Black history in schools anymore, because they got to see themselves as the hero and everybody else is the other. That's why they have Black fatigue right now. Black fatigue. You see? If a culture survives by control, it will build an ideology that celebrates control over people, land, and even knowledge. That's how you get Europe as a prime mover, even when borrowing from Africa and Asia, a moral mass that calls domination civilization. Institutions that repeat the myth until it feels like truth. In plain talk, white supremacy isn't just a belief, it's a coping strategy for a deep sense of insecurity and separation. The myth of European exceptionalism, what it does is it covers the reality of heavy borrowing from non-European people. So, especially African descendants, it's simple. Write your own history, or you're going to end up living inside someone else's neurosis, okay? Now, I want you to put this lens and put this lens on the modern headline, okay? You got all these people. Let's get back to this mountain. Y'all with me? We're going to bring this thing home. But y'all will hit the number 1 button, baby. Know y'all learned something. You've been here for a minute, but we learning something. Let's bring this back to this goddamn mountain. And I shouldn't say goddamn because no disrespect to the beautiful people of Nepal, out on wild and white folk. I hope they got some more down since we started this long ass broadcast. But bottom line, let's get back to this Mount Everest. Conquering nature. Okay? Let's put the lens on this modern headline. Did y'all see what I said earlier? All these white folk that went up to this mountain and got trapped. They flew across the world to conquer this sacred mountain. In Michael Bradley's terms, that's the Ice Age mind performing its old ritual. Turn nature into an opponent. Prove mastery. Take the photo, claim the peak. Shout out to Faquan. Dr. John Henrik Clarke would say it's the same script that colonized lands also colonize meanings. Measure it, name it, own it, sell it. So that the point isn't to hate anyone. I'm just saying, I just want you to recognize the pattern. A civilization trained by scarcity tends to chase control. Just like your boyfriend who can't get no other woman. He always so jealous and always trying to know where you at all the time. Same kind of concept on a, much more ghetto basis, but still it's there. You see? Now, civilization rooted in balance tends to seek harmony. If we can see that clearly, we can stop this cycle. See, tell the truth about who built what. Okay, and then you can learn again how to live with each other on this earth and what works. Now, I have some work to do. I got a closing statement I want to talk to you about because I'm gonna bring this all the way home. But I definitely want to make sure I acknowledge all the beautiful people who contribute to the super chat. Did you learn something today? I'm not finished. I got work to do, but I just want to know, did you learn something? If you learned something, hit the number 1 button. Let me know if you learned something. If you learned something, hit the number 1 button. If I didn't do my job, don't hit the number 1 button. Only give me credit for what I have done. Okay, if you learned something, hit the number 1 button. Now, did you learn something? Because if you learn something, I should earn something. How about that? We have 18 super chats, and let me see if we have any cash apps. I'm going to put my music on, which I haven't done in a while, and I'm going to let this music play as I harmonize with the people who contributed to the cash app and the super chat. Okay? Playing, can you hear that music in the background? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have a good week. We're going to talk about a lot. Y'all going to learn something today. Okay? Let me see here. I want to give a big shout out to Juanita Walker. Thank you so much. Obajai, thank you. I appreciate you. Who else we got up in here? All the people who contributed to the super chat. North Scott, AB, Mr. Spruill, Pat Sajak 77, Mr. Richardson, all you good folks, Swift, Vaughn, Miss Gill, Mr. Derek, Miss Cat Ferguson. Thank you, man. I didn't know you up in here. All them shoes in your closet. That's what you need to do. I probably got some of your shoe dollars. Thank you for the $5 super chat from Cash App from Cat Ferguson, Mr. Williamson, also Derek Turner. And let's go ahead and talk about our cash super chats up here. We only have 18 super chats. It'll be great to get more, but I understand we're going through a lot right now. Praise God. But let's see if we can get 20. That'll be plenty. My man Fitzgerald said the super chat is long overdue. With the info you taught me, I feel I'm getting over. Thank you so much, family. I appreciate you. Faquan, we still got a $5 super sticker. Let's see if we can get 2 more super chats. That'll be cool. Faquan with the $5 super sticker again. The repeat, the triple offender. Faquan with another $5 super chat. 5 is live. Mr. Hunter 5150, thank you so much for the $1.99. My girl Penny Ford, what's up, baby? Thank you for the $23.99. I don't know what kind of money that is, but thank you so much. It's probably like $20. They probably went up there and got away from from us. Mission completed. Funny. TIQS, thank you so much. Didn't watch the Golden Child. Yeah, I did, man. That's up there in the Himalayas. Big John, guess the Caucasus Mountain wasn't good enough. Thank you so much for the $2 super sticker. Curly Locks, Fake Quan, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Also, Red Sigma, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Fake Quan again. And of course, my girl Yaya Kids, thank you so much for the gifts. Give people, has anybody joined the gift? Have y'all been checking out my little videos? I put them up, me hanging out with my kids and doing our thing, man. I always want to put that out there. Shout out to Urban Eagle. Thank you so much for the $5 super sticker. Also, Cat Ferguson. Thank you, baby. You learned something. There we go. Hey, look, if you didn't learn anything, I don't earn anything. I'm okay with that. But I appreciate everybody who contribute to the super chat, to the Cash App, and the PayPal, man. Thank you guys so much. But anyway, let's go ahead and get back to this work. I want to get back to this work. Now, let me say this. Let me turn this music off, okay? I'm gonna take my time and take it slow. I want y'all to hear me on something, all right? All right, so listen. When you see folk lining up to climb Mount Everest, what you're watching isn't just adventure. It's ritualized domination. It's the same Ice Age inheritance that Michael Bradley talked about, that the drive to control, to conquer, to prove mastery over the very thing that gives you life. The same mindset that cut down forests, that enslaved peoples in different nations and redrew borders, is now dressed up in North Face gear, calling itself exploration. See, when Bradley and Dr. Clark were talking about this book, they weren't just talking about history, they were talking about psychology. A civilization born in scarcity learns to worship control. It learns to measure worth by what it can subdue. So, when that mind looks at a mountain, it doesn't see beauty or balance or the spirit of the earth. It sees an enemy to defeat. It sees a peak to plant a flag on. That's not courage. That's insecurity wearing a helmet. You understand? And I say that because it was a young lady saying, oh, y'all are just scared. Black people don't want to try anything adventurous. No, that's insecurity. That's not courage. Dr. John Henry Clark warned us that civilization built on domination will rewrite the meaning of everything it touches, even nature, even God. That's how you get a black man from Jerusalem as the central worship, central focus of worship for a white nationalist group that wouldn't even let Jesus in the group if he was alive today. It's the same mentality that would cause destruction, progress, and control civilization. And because that mind never found peace inside, it keeps projecting its war outside against people, against the planet, against the truth itself. So when you see that helicopter drop a man on a glacier and call it human achievement, remember this. What's really being celebrated is the myth of mastery. The idea that the white man, and especially the Western European white man, stands above nature, above balance, and above consequence. But nature doesn't play these silly games. That's why you got these fools on this goddamn mountain stuck, and half of them ain't gonna make it down. You can climb Everest, but you can't conquer it. That mountain will still be there when you're dust and bones. Bradley showed us the origin. Clark showed us the pattern. Shout out to Marcus LaCroix. We got 19 super chats. Let's get to it. And we got to get 20. You see, we're living in the aftermath of the ice mine is still running the world, but it's melting. The earth is rejecting domination. The people are awakening. The truth is thawing. And maybe that's the lesson. You can't heal a world you're still trying to control. You can't conquer creation and call it peace. You either learn balance or you perish trying to prove you don't need it. That's where we are, family. The real climb now isn't Everest, it's evolution. The summit isn't above us, it's within us. Family, hear me clearly. What I've pointed to tonight is not a history lesson, it's a mirror. When people are raised by scarcity, they learn to worship control. When they fear chaos, they build systems of domination and call it civilization. That's the ice mind at work. So when you see a man flying halfway across the world to conquer 1,000 people, in this case, to conquer a mountain, or a nation slicing up the earth in the same progress, or people talking about they want to make their country great again, you're watching the same spirit at play. The need to prove mastery instead of balance. Again, a civilization formed by domination will also dominate the story it tells about itself. It will rename theft as discovery. It will refer to cruelty as order and greed as destiny. But the mountain doesn't care about your flag. Nature will not bow to your ego. And you cannot own what you depend on. See, the real mastery isn't over land or people. It's over fear, over insecurity, over that ancient instinct to control what you should respect. And that's the work before us now. Now, I've been seeing this conversation going on around. Look, listen to me now, okay? And I hit on this earlier, and I had to come back to it. We can't let them divide us. I've been seeing the conversation going on online, and we see the same thing. Black folks in Mount Everest. I showed you those clips earlier. Brother saying, ain't no way we ain't climbing that mountain, or maybe 3 or 4 of us could, right? And you got other black people saying, you can't tell us what we can't do. We're exploring the planet before anybody else. And both sides, both of them have a point. That ain't something we do, and then something we can do it. I want to make this clear in this very tumultuous, racially charged time period. First of all, not every climb on that mountain was white, as you saw. There are a few black folks up there, brothers and sisters who trained and prepared and made the climb with discipline and unity. And when they did it, they didn't go up there trying to conquer the mountain in a blizzard. Okay? They went up there and they worked with it. They studied the mountain for 3 weeks. They studied the weather. They respected the season. And they climbed in cooperation with nature. And they made it. Because that's who we are as a people. We're people who can harmonize with what we touch instead of trying to dominate it. See, when we clowning, when we laughing, saying crazy stuff, ain't no way I'm freezing up on that goddamn mountain with no oxygen. That's not self-hate. That's instinct. That's wisdom wrapped in humor. We're people who understand balance. We know when something ain't for us. Shout out to Dolphina Pearl. We got 20 super chats. Let's try to get 25. Again, let me run this back. We know when something ain't for us, and we know when to let the earth do what it do, be what it is. The mountain wasn't bothering us, so we weren't going to bother it. But at the same time, I respect the brothers and sisters who did climb it, who trained, who sacrificed, who risked their lives to show the world that we belong everywhere we want to be. But here's the deeper truth. While the ice people see a mountain and feel compared to conquer it, we, the people of the sun, see the same mountain and say that's sacred. We see God's work. We don't need to conquer what we already understand. Because our power doesn't come from domination, it comes from harmony. But let me take this conversation somewhere deeper, somewhere uncomfortable. When I said earlier that I didn't see any niggas on that mountain, I'm not talking about the slur that ends in the ER. That word has been used for centuries to dehumanize us, and it still burns. But when I say niggas with the AS at the end, I'm talking about how we talk amongst each other. Not all of us. That's an inside family language. We use it when we draw a line between respectable black folk and the ones that we say embarrass us. You know, Chris Rock made that famous joke about black folks and niggas. But again, let's be real. That kind of talk is funny on stage, but it was built on a painful truth, a division we've carried inside us for generations. We look at the loud ones, the raw ones, the rough ones, and we say, they're the problem. But let me tell you something. Them same so-called niggas are the same ones that held the line. They're the same ones who refused to bow when the respectable ones were too afraid to speak. That spirit that birthed jazz, blues, hip hop, rebellious rock and roll, that same energy made us visible when the world tried to erase us. That nigga spirit, that creative, defiant, unpolished, relentless energy of the underclass has always been the pulse of progress in Black America. You can dress it up. You can call it something else. But it's that fire that kept us alive. See, let's be honest, family. The heartbeat of our culture, that thing that the world calls Black excellence today, it didn't come from polite drawing rooms or black tie banquets. It came from the bottom. It came from the low bottom. It came from the Black people who had nothing but their voices, their pain, and their rhythm. That sound you hear in the blues, that deep down well of the soul, that didn't come from upstanding middle-class Black folks sipping tea in Bronzeville or going to sorority luncheons in Atlanta. Nope. That came from the brothers and the sisters in Mississippi, Louisiana, and Tennessee who were picking cotton by day and fighting tears by night. Folks who didn't have fancy diction, who didn't know proper English, who couldn't read sheet music, but they could feel and they could play. That was the sound of survival, men and women who were catching hell 6 days a week and still had the strength to hum something beautiful on the seventh day. See, when I listen to Muddy Waters and Robert Johnson and Howlin' Wolf and Bessie Smith, I'm not hearing respectability. I'm hearing raw humanity. I'm hearing what it sounds like when pain refuses to die quietly. And later, when those sounds move to the north, to places like Chicago and Detroit, and the upstanding Black folks in suits and dresses came to dance to the very thing they used to look down on. Because that's always been the story. Some of y'all right now on your way to your corporate jobs and such, and you listen to the hardest course gangster rap that you ever could hear. Cause drill music. Y'all got Glorilla right now in your earphones. And the cold part about it is what we call embarrassing becomes the world's treasure. Once the white man puts a label on it and calls it American music. Ain't that something? It wasn't the well-behaved, well-connected Black elite who gave birth to jazz. Jazz came out the brothels. It came out of the bars and the back rooms in New Orleans. It came out of the improvisation style of brothers who played horns because they couldn't afford pianos. And that same energy ran through rock and roll with Chuck Berry, Little Richard, Sister Rosetta Sharp. None of them went to Harvard or Howard. They came from the underclass. The ones the respectable crowd tried to forget about until the world couldn't stop dancing to their rhythm. And hip hop, oh man, that wasn't born in the suburbs of upstate New York or the boardrooms of Wall Street. Hip hop came from the dirty Bronx, the boogie down. Burned out buildings, empty refrigerators, police sirens. It came from brothers and sisters who didn't have money for instruments. So they made the world out of turntables and words. That gritty sound, that defiant boom bap energy. It came from the people America threw away, the same ones we sometimes call ghetto or ratchet. But if you listen closely, that's the sound of God in rebellion. Creativity refusing to die. Now let's put faces to this. See, Thurgood Marshall, that's the polished, powerful, educated Black man who fought segregation through the courts and wrote briefs and changed the law. And we honored our brother, and we need that. But then there's Fannie Lou Hamer. She was loud, she was uneducated, she was a country woman, she was dark-skinned, she had an accent, she chopped her words up. She from Mississippi. She got beat half to death in jail and still stood up in front of the world and said, I'm sick and tired. She didn't have a Harvard degree, but her courage shook the entire Democratic convention. See the difference? Thurgood Marshall worked inside the system. He obeyed the laws. Fannie Lou broke all the laws. She broke it open. What about Joe Louis and Muhammad Ali? Two greats. Joe Louis was a quiet, clean-cut, government-approved champion. They said he's safe. He smiled. He spoke softly. He carried the hopes of an entire race by being non-threatening. But not Muhammad Ali, born Cassius Clay. He was loud. He was poetic. He was defiant. He was brash. He said what others were too scared to say. He refused to draft. This is back when going to the military was part of your manhood and being patriotic. He called out white supremacy and made them respect him on his terms. That same nigga energy. Raw, fearless, unconquered. We need both. Thurgood Marshall and Fannie Lou Hamer. We need Joe Louis and Muhammad Ali. Black folks and niggas. Because one builds the bridge and the other breaks the chains. Now, the world gives Black Americans the credit for innovation and brilliance and achievement, and we deserve it. But understand this, both the polished Jack and Jill types and the so-called street niggas and the country niggas, let's not forget them, because country niggas do a lot. Country niggas hold it down. Nevertheless, we are all part of the same people, the same lineage, the same divine family. And to the white supremacists and to the racists who see us all as the same, there's no difference. He doesn't separate the Ivy League brother from the brother in the projects. To him, we are all the same word with the ER at the end. See, the nigga spirit, that's not ignorance, that's instinct. That's why y'all ain't climbing that goddamn mountain. That nigga spirit to keep you safe. But it's also the creativity without permission. It's rebellion in rhythm, form. It's what made us visible when the world tried to erase us. So don't ever let anyone make you ashamed of that energy. Don't let them tell you that the way you talk or dress or move is wrong. If it's authentic, if it's real, if it's yours, if it's organic. Because that same defiance, that same soulful noise from the bottom is what made the top possible in the first damn place. Without the field, there is no court. Without the hood, there is no Harlem Renaissance. Without the blues, there is no Beyonce. Without that nigga, there is no Black excellence. We are two halves of the same divine coin, the scholarship, the street, the poet, the hustler, the priest, the prophet. And when we stop looking down on one another, when we recognize that others, that our power has always come from our unity, not our hierarchy, that's when we become unstoppable again. We need to be real about who pushed the race forward. We need to be real about that. I'm not saying it's all one way or the other, but we need to keep it one real. I want to show y'all something before I ease on up out of here. I want to show you, I'm going to show you in silence. I'm going to show you a nigga in action. Listen, I'm going to describe it before I put it in context, just so you will know. Look at what's going on. You see that? That's a Black woman right there. And she's apparently confronting this little Mexican man. Now let's look at what happens. I want you to, when y'all see N-word nigga shit happening, I want you to type N-word in the chat room. Look what she doing. She all in his face. She got these other men. Look, she pushing on him. His kids are watching. She pointing at him. She all that. See that? And she checking them too for whatever reason. I don't know what's going on. Look at her, she chasing, he trying to walk away. See, ain't that just like an N-word, huh? Chasing him down. She hit him in the side head. Let me run that back. You see what she did? She mushed him. Look what she did. Mushed him in the side of his head. I don't know what's going on, but this has got to be some N-word shit. Now he grabbing his children, it looks like he's trying to protect his children. Hold on a minute. Did she just drop that thing? She just dropped the pew-pew on the ground. Whoa, she just dropped, this has got to be some N-word stuff. Now he walking away. Now clearly that was some N-word stuff, right? Clearly that was, if you just looked at that and you say, why is that large N-word harassing that poor father? What did she do? What is going on? Did she steal something? Did he confront her about a parking space? Right? So everybody would agree that's some N-word stuff, right? Come on, pick a side. Yes or no? Put the damn yes or no in the comment section. I need y'all to pick a side. In the practice of law, this is called a setup. Pick a side. Don't be scared now. Pick a side. Yes or no? Did she look like she was wrong? Look like she was being an N-word? Huh? Somebody said no. Y'all already saw the damn video. For the people that didn't see the damn video, I don't want nobody to know the context to say nothing. You know that looked like some N-word stuff. Cut it out. Y'all cheating. Y'all been on TikTok. Nevertheless, let's go ahead and run it back because I want you to understand. So this sister here.
Ain't no usually. I usually don't. Ain't no usually. You know how many kids out here? Don't worry.
She said, ain't no you. He said, usually I don't. Usually, what is going on?
Kids is out here. I'm not done talking.
I'm not done talking to. She putting hands on. She talking to him.
You shut up. Sorry, because you let him call her a bitch and kept calling her a bitch and you didn't say nothing about it.
She said you let him call her a bitch and you didn't say nothing about. Who is he talking about? Did he call her a bitch? What's going on?
So you got the right one now.
You got the right one.
I said I'm sorry already.
I'll whoop your ass. He's I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't you ever call your child that.
Don't you ever call your child a bitch. So this black queen, this goddess of thunder and love and destruction, is mushing this little Mexican man up because she apparently overheard him calling his own little girl a bitch. And those other Mexican men wouldn't check him on it. So she checking his ass. You understand what I'm saying? Now, truthfully, that's some nigga shit. That's very ghetto, right? But goddamn, the least protective is the most protected. Isn't that interesting? The least protected is the most protective. That's somebody else's child that she's defending. Let's keep listening.
Look at that. Sorry, baby.
Tell her ass up when they get home.
He is apologizing to his own child. Because I'm sorry. Now he hugging. I'm sorry, baby.
Don't make this fool.
I'm sorry already. She's about to get that work.
I'm never going to again.
He said, I'm never going to call my own child a bitch ever again. Now, again, this is that N-word stuff, right? That us upset. Oh, my God, why does she have to raise her voice? She should simply report him to CPS for child abuse. No, I'm going to whoop his ass right now. He's never going to forget this ass whooping. That's what this sister is saying. You understand me? So let me let this finish, and we're going to go back to my main point.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, so was that more like Thurgood Marshall or Fannie Lou Hamer? She got that instantaneous justice anyway, family. So that's my point is proved. There is a need for all of us, okay, to do what we do. All right? Now I want to be real. Okay, who pushed the race forward? It wasn't always the pot. Because see, how do we get on this stuff? We talking about the mountain and black folks. Some kind of way, black folks got drawn into this and they said, hey, what are you all? You all are too afraid to do that and blah, blah, blah. And then some black people said, we climb mountains. And then you had other black people say, niggas ain't climbing that goddamn mountain. And then they start talking about the division. I don't know why we keep getting centered in this. And I do know why, because they want to drag us into any reason to drag us into this racial chaos, which we don't have nothing to do with. You understand? But again, it wasn't always the polished, upstanding black folk in the pearls and the pressed suits that pushed us forward. Don't get me wrong. They played their part. We love our Thurgood Marshalls and our Colin Powells and the Barack Obamas, okay? But the ones who could walk into those white spaces and speak their language and hold their heads high, we appreciate them. They represented dignity and discipline and respectability, but let's tell the truth. They didn't make us visible. It was the unrefined, the loud, the rowdy, the ones that they call the N-words, right? Who gave this race its heartbeat. It was the field, not the house. It was the mud, not the marble. That gave birth to our genius. It wasn't the Jack and Jill that set that gave the world blues. It was them barefoot, broke black folk down in Mississippi and Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee, and that panhandle part of Florida and Georgia, and North Carolina and South Carolina and Arkansas and East Texas. You understand? And black folks in that delta, that sweat, that delta heat, crying through the strings of the guitar because life hurt too much, to say it plain. It wasn't the polished preacher or the college professor who gave the world hip hop. It was them youngsters in the Bronx. All right, it was them boys out in Compton, in Oakland, in Atlanta. You see? Memphis. You understand me? It wasn't the bougie that made the world fall in love with our soul. It was the ones that they said embarrassed us. The ones too loud, too raw, too defiant. But that defiance, that fire is what turns scraps into symphonies and suffering into swagger. Thurgood Marshall fought in the courts. Fannie Lou Hamer fought in the streets, beaten, bloodied, and broken. One bowed his head and said, yes, sir. The other, ain't no Viet Cong ever called me nigga. That was Muhammad Ali and Joe Louis. Both of them were necessary. Because see, without the fire of the streets, the calm of the courtrooms wouldn't have meant nothing. You might be able to talk to me, but you ain't gonna be able to control them niggas. Now, the world gives Black Americans the credit for all our brilliance and all our success and all our creativity and all our achievement, and we deserve credit. But understand this, both the polished Jack and Jill types and the so-called street niggas and country niggas are part of the same people, the same lineage, the same divine family. And to the white supremacists, as I said before, it don't matter if you Ivy League or you could be a neurosurgeon, you still a N-word with the hard ER. So why do we keep dividing ourselves? Huh? We're better together. When the system that oppresses us doesn't make that distinction, why do we divide ourselves? And the truth is, whether you have on a three-piece suit or a hoodie, whether you walk through the Harvard Yard or down Martin Luther King Boulevard on the way to Popeye's Chicken to get a Newport and a bag of zigzags, we all got a little nigga in us anyway. You see? And it's that same little nigga in us to keep us off that goddamn mountain. You understand me? Yeah. It's that same rebellious N-word in us to keep us off that goddamn mountain. Look here, man. That same pulse, that same rhythm, that same ancestral beat that rises up when we hear Mahalia Jackson moan, take my hand, oh precious Lord. That same pride that wells up when we see Jackie Robinson, even on the replay, still a home plate. Or when we see Serena Williams dominate the court back in the day. That same electric feeling when you hear some old soul music, it hits you right down here. Yeah, man. It makes your spirit nod before your head even moves. That's our oneness. So don't ever let them divide us. Don't let them tell you that the educated man and woman in the Black community is different from the ex-con. Shout out to Tobias Judah. Don't let them tell you the sister in the boardroom is better than the one behind the counter, because the system, right? They ain't no different in this system. To them, we're all the same. And that's why I say, whether you call us Black American, African American, foundational American, the Solon people, American Negro, freedmen, shoot, what else? Hebrew Israelite Nation of Islam, whatever, conscious, unconscious, country, it don't matter. We're one people, forged from the same fire, carrying the same rhythm, choosing to teach this world what soul really is. Now, I'm gonna leave you with this. That mountain wasn't bothering nobody. So we, the niggas, ain't gonna bother it. We're gonna leave that goddamn mountain alone because we respect it. We understand it's not something to conquer. It's something to look up and revere. It's a sacred site for those people. It's a spiritual place. It's the chakra of the earth. It's the highest point in the land. That's the difference between us, the sun people, and the ice people. They see the mountain and feel like they need to go conquer the goddamn mountain. They want to go plant a flag in it and say, we own this. But the people of the sun, we see the mountain and say, that's God's work. That's balance. That's beauty. Let it be. Because we understand that power doesn't always have to be proven. Peace doesn't need to be performed. Our strength has always been in restraint, in rhythm, and reverence. And the truth is, Black people just want to be left alone. We're not seeking revenge. Why y'all keep picking on us and bringing us into this mountain situation? Why y'all picking on us? We're not out here trying to even the score or flip the system upside down, because deep down in our souls, we understand something eternal, and I want y'all to hear this. See, we don't have to chase revenge. All of those horrible things that you folk have done to us over the past 500 years, slavery, buck breaking, stealing our land, stripping us away, we don't have to seek revenge. We're going to let nature take care of justice for us. Because we are harmonious with nature. We understand nature. And what we also know about rotten fruit is that it always falls to the ground. That's the law of the universe. And we, the people of the sun, have survived too many winters, outlasted too many storms to waste our light on bitterness. We know who we are. We've seen empires rise and crumble. We've seen mountains melt and oceans shift. And through it all, we remain still singing, still loving, still creating, still glowing with that inner fire that no ice can ever freeze. So remember this, family. We're not here to conquer. We're here to continue to build, to shine, and to remind this cold world what warmth feels like, because the people of the sun don't chase shadows. We create light. This is Uncle D. I love you all. God bless y'all. And as I always say at this time, I'm out.
Dennis Spurling.
In the city where the lights don't sleep, Uncle D got the vibe so deep. Representing men strong and free. Dennis Spurling's the king of the spree. In the streets where the rhythm flows, black men rising, that's how it goes. Uncle D got the truth to show. In his heart, that's where the fire glows. Late night tuning, light up the stream. Dennis Spurling, wisdom gleam. Voices whisper truth and an insight. In his podcast, feel the light. Harmony in every word. Truth and laughter you've heard. That's all right. Wave after wave of smooth delight. Dennis brings the dark to light. That's the blizzard, baby! Share the tales unfold. The stories pour like morning gold. Feeling the wisdom inside. Subscribing like time after time. Black men, and I want to salute you. Your incarceration rate is down. The education rate is up. We up.
win from it, we are doing great for ourselves. So you should salute yourselves. Shout out to all the brothers out there, whether you're a truck driver or engineer, whether you're an electrician or garbage man, a doctor, a lawyer, if you're a hard-working brother, if you fresh out the penitentiary, but you on your grind and you doing it legal and you trying to make amends for yourself, man, I salute you too, brothers. God bless you. This is Uncle D, and you know, I'm out.